At the beginning of the 20th century, African Americans owned at least 14 million acres of land. By the 21st century, 90% of the land had been stolen from them. Now, African Americans only own 1.1 million acres of farmland and are part owners of another 1.07 million acres. Across a century, white farmers and landowners developed multiple ways to take African Americans' land, using methods such as violence, heirs property, tax sales, and Torrens Acts. Of all these, the Heirs Property Act is still in force today, as black owners lose every source of wealth they've created for generations. To understand the magnitude of this land theft, we must examine the extreme measures taken by those who captured the land from African American landowners. Both laws and practices allowed white landowners, farmers, and developers to manipulate the system so they could gain control over the land owned by African American farmers and homeowners. In this video, we're going to take a look at the 4 ways Black Americans were robbed of their land and how these robberies still occurs today. Before we get right into the video, please smash the like button and subscribe to the channel to keep informed of our eye-opening Black narrative. Untold numbers of Black Americans became landowners following the Civil War, when the government handed over some 20 million acres, mostly in the South, under the Homestead Act. These property holdings could have provided a foundation for Black wealth building in post-Jim Crow America. Instead, they became a source of riches for others. Rather than helping to close the racial wealth gap, Blacks' land holdings became a key force in widening it as white people and officials used 4 extreme measures to steal and claim Black land. Number 1, violence. With Black people getting richer and owning more property than ever before, jealous white folks sought to using violence and deadly force to enforce the idea of white supremacy. The Tuskegee Institute and the National ASSN for the Advancement of Colored People have documented more than 3,000 lynchings between 1865 and 1965. Many of those lynched were landowners, and the goal behind them was to bring an end to Black wealth, take Black land, and uphold white supremacy. These lynchings were not only done by ordinary white people, but some white officials condoned the violence. Several of them added threats of their own. James K. Vardaman, who was governor of Mississippi from 1904 to 1908, was quoted saying, "If it is necessary, every Negro in the state will be lynched." With the start of these lynchings, mostly single families were targeted. However, in some cases, entire Black communities were destroyed. The racial cleansing of Forsyth County, Georgia in 1912 and the destruction of Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma in 1921 are some of the most significant examples. Today, Birmingham, Kentucky lies under a floodway created in the 1940s. This town was destroyed by the creation of Kentucky Lake. But at the start of the 20th century, it was a tobacco center with a predominantly Black population and a battleground in a 5-year siege by white marauders called Night Riders. On the night of March 8, 1908, about 100 armed whites tore through town on horseback, shooting 7 Blacks, 3 of them fatally. The press documented the cases of 14 Black landowners who were driven from Birmingham. Together, they lost more than 60 acres of farmland and 21 city lots to whites, many at sheriff's sales, all for low prices. John Scruggs and his granddaughter were killed in Birmingham that night. Property records show that the lot Scruggs had bought for $25 in 1902 was sold for non-payment of taxes 6 years after the attack. A white man bought it for $7.25, about $144 in today's dollars. Land that had belonged to other Blacks went for even less. John Puckett's 2 acres sold for $4.70, while Ben Kelly's city lot went for $2.60. In Pierce City, Missouri, 1,000 armed whites burned down.
Behind the scenes, Undercover Billionaire. Hey, you guys, you saw me on Undercover Billionaire. They stripped me of my name, took away all
5 Black-owned houses and killed 4 Blacks on August 18, 1901. Within days, all of the town's 129 Blacks had fled, never to return. According to the Associated Press, 9 Pierce City Blacks would lose a total of 30 acres of farmland and 10 city lots. Whites would go on to buy it all at bargain prices. In the case of Eveline Brinson, whose house was burned down by the mob, she would sell her lot for $25 to a white woman after the attack. The attacks on Birmingham and Pierce City were part of a pattern in southern and border states in the first half of the 20th century. Lynchings and mob attacks on Blacks, followed by an exodus of Black citizens, some of them forced to abandon their property or sell it at cut-rate prices. Black landowners were put under a tremendous amount of pressure from authorities and otherwise to give up their land and leave. They became refugees in their own country. For example, the Associated Press found that 18 black families lost a total of 330 acres plus 48 city lots when they fled Ocoee, Florida, after a 1920 Election Day attack on the black community. According to property records, some were able to sell their land at a fair price, but others, such as Valentine Hightower, were not. He parted with 52 acres for $10 in 1926. Today, the land lost by the 18 Ocoee families, not including buildings now on it, is assessed at more than $4.2 million. Sometimes individual black farmers were singled out and attacked by bands of white farmers known as the Whitecaps. Operating in several southern and border states around the turn of the 20th century, they were intent on driving blacks from their land and discouraging other blacks from acquiring it. Whitecaps often nailed notes with crudely drawn coffins to the doors of black landowners, warning them to leave or die. The warning to Eli Hilson of Lincoln County, Mississippi, came on November 18, 1903, when Whitecaps shot up his house. However, Hilson ignored the warning. A month later, the 39-year-old farmer was shot dead as he drove his buggy toward his farm. The horse pulling the buggy trotted home, delivering Hilson's body to his wife, Hannah. She struggled to rear their 11 children and worked the 74-acre farm. Crawford was a rich black American who inherited farmable land on his father's death, which he increased by substantial land purchases in 1883, 1888, 1899, and 1903. In the mid or late 1890s, Crawford was co-founder of the Industrial Union of Abbeville County, which was devoted to the material, moral, and intellectual advance of the colored people. He was also the father of 12 sons and 4 daughters. Crawford was without doubt one of the richest men in Abbeville County. However, his prosperity had made him a target. The success of blacks such as Crawford threatened the reign of white supremacy, as at that time there were obvious limitations or ceilings that blacks weren't supposed to go beyond. For many decades, successful blacks lived with a gnawing fear that white neighbors could at any time do something violent and take everything from them. That day would come for Crawford, leading to this untimely demise. On October 21, 1916, Crawford was taking 2 loads of cotton and a load of seed into Abbeville and had a disagreement over the price of cottonseed with W.D. Barksdale, a white store owner. Barksdale offered Crawford 85 cents a pound for his cottonseed. Crawford replied that he had a better offer. Barksdale called him.
Yes, folks. I know we're gonna start 1 o'clock, so just as usual things that we normally do, bring in a little bit of history, and then before we start, so that's why I'm bringing this out, just to entertain you before 1 o'clock.
Why is there so much hate and racism against Black people? Wait for a second and really understand this question. Not only hate, but people feel jealous of Blacks and see them as a threat. Vox reported a study done by the American Psychological Association that showed Black people are seen as a threat. This trend has been seen for centuries, but why is that so? Evidence shows that there are some reasons carved in non-Black people's minds that subconsciously provoke them to feel jealousy and hate. Well, yes, the underlying reasons are shocking. From the fear of losing their partners to being jealous of Black people's physical superiority and fear of getting extinct and genetic annihilation, various reasons trigger jealousy. Welcome to the Black History Archives, a channel where we present the forgotten Black history and events that every Black or white should know. We feel Black people are often misguided by being bombarded with propaganda that forces them to forget their glory. Our goal is to educate you about the factual events that shape everything. Let's build a Black community that grows together. In this video, we will tell you the reasons why Black people are viewed as a threat.
The Black History Archives.
Reason 1. Fear of losing partners. Picture a white man deeply in love with a white woman, committed to each other in a strong relationship. However, hidden beneath the surface, he harbors the secret worry, the fear that his partner might be drawn to other black men. It's a fear born out of society's perpetuation of stereotypes, associating black men with sexual prowess and physical dominance. These stereotypes can trigger deep-seated insecurities within the white man, causing him to question his own sexual performance and physical attractiveness. In today's world, where interracial relationships are more accepted, some white men may feel threatened by the attention black men receive, fearing that their partners might find them more sexually appealing. These anxieties can undermine the security of the relationship and create unnecessary tension. Even reports have suggested that black men might be pro-masculine, having abilities to satisfy their partners better. This has led white people to feel threatened by black men. Interestingly, if we look at the current landscape, we can observe a rise in relationships and marriages between black men and white women. It's possible that this trend reflects a growing recognition of the sexual charisma that black men possess, which is now openly acknowledged by many. Reason 2. Physical superiority. Throughout history, blacks have been recognized for their exceptional physical strength and charisma. These qualities have at times evoked fear and insecurity among non-black individuals who see the potential dominance of black people as a threat to their own status and values. Even white men see black people as superhumans due to their experience in which they are often outperformed. Non-black societies, such as European colonizers, established social and cultural structures that marginalize black people. They devalued physical labor, in which black individuals excelled, and instead celebrated delicate fragility as a sign of refinement and civilization. Ancient philosophers, like Aristotle, further propagated the notion that black individuals were inherently subservient. These distorted beliefs were used to justify the enslavement and mistreatment of black individuals. However, no matter how much the physical work is degraded, white people feel threatened due to blacks' physical superiority. They have genes that help them grow muscles, enjoying the natural biological supremacy. Studies have also revealed that black people are blessed with genes that help them not only to have cognitive superiority, but also physical dominance. Reason 3. Fear of genetic annihilation. During the era of black enslavement, black individuals posed a significant threat to their non-black masters due to their physical strength and charisma. The fear of genetic annihilation arose from the understanding that if non-black individuals married white individuals, their own genes would be rendered submissive and eventually extinct. Biologically, when individuals mate, their genes combine and influence the traits of their offspring. White individuals feared that intermarriage could lead to the dominance of black genes over their own. This is because of natural selection, where nature selects the genes which have more chances of survival. Genes having specific traits from a mother and a father are combined in their child. However, the gene having robust capability dominates while the other is suppressed. Since black people are better equipped for the environment, naturally, the probability of their genes' domination is more. Hence, if a white woman and a black man, or a black woman and a white man marry, black genes will have superiority and white genes will be suppressed. In the past, owing to this fear, interracial marriage was prohibited. The one-drop rule was established to maintain the oppression of black individuals. This legal principle said that a person having even one black person as an ancestor should be considered black. It's under threat. White supremacists, in particular, harbor intense fears related to black individuals, perceiving them as strong, attractive, and superior. This fear stems from a sense that the population, influence, or power of white people is diminishing. Demographic changes, including migration patterns, cultural shifts, and changes in birth rates, can amplify these fears. White individuals may feel that black individuals are replacing them, which, coupled with the perceived genetic advantages of black individuals, intensifies their unease. Become extinct. Reason 5. Fear of being replaced. For generations, white individuals have enjoyed certain privileges and advantages due to an unequal distribution of wealth. However, societal changes are challenging this status quo, leading some white individuals to fear being replaced. Previously,
They attacked our movement last year, July 29th. The FBI, the DOJ, and 300 local police in St. Louis and St. Petersburg. They arrested and indicted our chairman, Omali Isatella, Jesse Neville, and Vinny S. If you are not talking about the center of attack on the African movement in the United States, then you're not talking about anything. You know, the center is the African People's Socialist Party. That's where African people are centered at. That's where our struggle is at. That's where the National Liberation Movement is at, and that's where African internationalism is about. So I want everybody here to start talking about the Uhuru movement and Chairman Omali Isatella and the attack on the African liberation movement, not only here, but all over the damn world. If you're not talking about that, you ain't talking about nothing.
Too, for coming out. And I really want to express my appreciation for having this conference on today to deal with the issue of Black power, because we think that that is the fundamental issue of these times that we live in, but in fact, it's been the fundamental issue for African people for a very long time now. First of all, what I would like to do is just briefly say some things about the African People's Socialist Party, which is the organization that I chair. We are a revolutionary organization. And by that, I want to say that we are convinced that this country, this system, do not have the ability to do justice by African people. That if we are to ever know justice, freedom, and democracy, we are going to have a revolution. It's that simple. And I know that that's a difficult issue for a lot of folk. And the fact that it is obviously a difficult issue for a lot of folk is reflected in the number of people who are in this room right now. But it is nevertheless the truth. And it's important to talk about that because we can continue to have discussions that make us feel good, but won't take us anywhere. We can continue to have discussions where people come before us and make rhymes like up with hope and down with dope, and perhaps we'll feel better, but they don't take us any place. And what we have to do is come up with some kind of analysis of the reality that we are confronted with as a people, and then be able to use that analysis to change our circumstances so that they are not the kind of circumstances we find ourselves confronted with today, but what we want for ourselves and for our children in the future. So we are a revolutionary organization. We believe that if one wants to know what it will take for us to become free, all we have to do is look at history and see what it took for us to become enslaved. If we find any place in our history that we voted ourselves into slavery, then I say, let's go and get together and vote ourselves the hell out of slavery. And if we can find any place in history where we sang our way into it, then let's sing our way out of it. But the reality, that is not the case, sisters and brothers. The reality is that we are going to have to cut, shoot, and bomb our way out of the circumstances that we find ourselves confronted with. And I know that's not something that everybody wants to hear, and it's not something that a lot of folk want to hear. But it's the truth, nevertheless. This is not a suggestion at this meeting that once you're on your way out, we're going to be handing out AK-47s for people to go out and do your thing. Reality is I'd be extremely afraid to pass out AK-47s in the community because I'd be afraid that I'd probably become one of the first victims of the AK-47. In other words, there's a lot.
All right. Okay, folks. How you guys doing? Hey, Sugar, how you doing? How you doing this morning? Peace to everyone. This morning. I keep saying this morning. You know what? I still have this Friday things in my head, but you know, well, today Saturday, Sunday, 1 p.m. So, peace, everyone. Good afternoon. This is Frank, host for the Revolutionary Repatriation Educational Lecture Series of WCC. So, This channel is a revolutionary channel, and that's why sometimes we go by history to try to refresh, our brothers and sisters. So not just to talk about the present, but also to let them know that the present also intertwined with the past, and the past intertwined with the present, and nothing changed. All right. So today's topic, it says 2023 slave betray Niger African liberation to save their slave master, to save their white slave master. 2023 Negro, 2023 horse Negro betray African people, betray the African masses, betray the African interest, betray the African freedom, betray the African liberation in order to save their slave master. All right, in order to save their white master. 2023. So are you surprised that 2023 we still have African slave, and 2023 we still have white master? Well, the African slave are still fighting to save their white master, okay, in the process of dehumanizing their African brothers and sisters. Africans want to kill Africans to save their slave master. So 2023, we still have Africans who are still slaves, who are saying, no, I can't leave my master. No, I got to be with my master. No, my master gave me food to eat. No, my master opened bank account for me. No, my money is in the home of the slave master. No, my money are being saved by the slave master. My finances are being saved, are being monitored by the slave master. So no, I cannot leave my slave master. I prefer to kill my own African people to save my slave master. Can you imagine? 2023. We still have Tinubu as a slave. We still have Nana Akufo-Addo in Ghana as a slave. We still have Macky Sall Senegal as a slave. We still have the Ivorian president as a slave. We still have the Benin president as a slave. Imagine that. 2023. Imagine that. We have these people that I just mentioned their name. These people want to destroy Africans. And they said, and these people says they are African leaders. They are African president. They serve the interests of Africans. But yet and stay, how can they serve the interests of Africans, but they are being listened to by their master to go destroy African life? They serve the interests of their master against the people they serve, against the country they represent, against the people they represent, against the people they see as their people, against their own color. But before we get into that, ladies and gentlemen, folks, we want to talk about Liberia. There's a recent story that just came out last week in Liberia of a missionary. As we all know, the history of missionary in Africa have never been productive. It have never been fruitful. It have been destructive. Now, if you are a brother or a sister that look like me, that do missionary job work on the African continent, and indeed our missionary is revolutionary, you are not in the discussion. But if that missionary job is not revolutionary, then you are in this discussion. I'm sorry. Today, I'm in a different position, in a different mood. Now, there was a guy that left from the United States, a United States citizen, a white guy. I'm going to be very, very brutal and raw, okay? Because when African people do things, they don't specify it, or they don't, in fact, they put the whole blame on the entire African continent, on the entire African race, right? So it is the same way. If a white person do things, we're not going to classify it as that individual. Okay? Now, there's a white missionary that left from here and went to Liberia on a missionary job. But it seems that this missionary, his job or their job have been to steal human parts, have been to take human organs to transport it to the United States or to Europe or to whatsoever. This missionary, it seems that they are missionary on the African continent or that have been based in Liberia to harvest humans' organs. This missionary. This white missionary. So he left from here and went to Liberia. And one thing our folks don't understand in Africa is that these people, when they are coming, don't get us wrong. Don't get us wrong, right? They are coming, they're going to do something that will convince you that these people indeed, they are missionary. They are working for us. They came to save us. They came to provide some things for us. They're going to provide things for you. But what they are going to provide for you, that is not what exactly they are there. They are there for something different. But yes, they will do some things in the community. You're going to see you're going to see some interaction. You're going to see them helping your kids, helping children in the community. But all those are things. Let's go back to the Bible a little bit. Imagine when, biblically, right? Let's just go to the Bible, all right? You imagine when Satan, Lucifer, went to Eve and told Eve, if you eat this apple, you will become knowledgeable, right? You will know things. You will see things that God don't want you to see. All right, let's just put it that way. God jealous you. That's why he said, don't eat an apple. But when you eat it, you're going to be knowledgeable. You're going to be powerful. You're going to see things that God can see. You know, all these things, right? It is a fruit that will open your eye. Eat it. And Eve ate the apple. The apple what? Tasted good, right? Let's just put it that way. The apple tasted good. So it is the same when these people leave. These people are Lucifer. They are coming with some kind of benefit. And you will love those benefits. Sometimes those benefits, you will see them making impact. But indeed, what they are there for, they are there to throw your mind away by providing some things that may cause impact or maybe some positive impact. But what they are there for something significant to them. And this is how these missionaries have been on the African continent. Do you remember the missionary that was created in 1884 during the 1884 Berlin Conference by the so-called King Leopold? His letter, King Leopold, 1884 Berlin Conference letter to the missionary. It was not of something good for the African people, right? If you read that letter, you will see what is in there. Now, let's go to the video quick because I don't want to waste my time on it so we can discuss it. Let me pull it up first. All right, so before I start, I want to say shout out to, I don't have copyright to the video, but shout out to Jenny. She created the video because she actually did a good job for me, I can say, because I wanted to bring, the video according to the pieces, but what she did, she put all those pieces together. So I just got it from her. So shout out to her, the credit go to her. So you can subscribe to her YouTube channel as well. So I don't have copyright to the video, but for educational purpose. All right. Now, so this guy, he's called Luca Ritchie, and he's based in Ohio. That's where they have their church. He's based in Ohio. And this guy is married to a white woman. He's a white man married to a white woman. So these people leave from here, they go on the African continent to take advantage of African people, to steal their organ and bring it and put it into their people. And I believe this is what this guy have been doing in Liberia, and that's how people have been messing with their part missing. But this time around, this idiot got caught. And currently, he's in Liberia, okay? And the police are doing their investigation. The justice system, we hope they do their investigation and lock this ass up in jail. And he was rotting in jail in Africa. And he will not see his kids. If he has some, he will not see his wife. And I believe either the wife is in Liberia or the wife is here. They are all doing the same missionary job together in the same church. Now, let me bring the video out. So before I play the video, right? So Rachel left from here. Let me just give you an overview before the video play. So Rachel, Luca Rachel left from here as a missionary, went to Liberia. All right. So while in Liberia, in one of his class, all right, or classes, whatever they call it, he met this girl. And he said he loved this girl. He fell in love with the girl, right? But he told this girl he was married. He's a married man. He's a married dude. But he said he wanted to marry this girl to bring this girl in America. So what he's doing here, he's actually planting his alibi. All right. So he started doing things for this girl family, buying food, giving them money, and so forth and things. Now, he said he wanted to marry this girl. Okay. So the girl went and told the mother that, oh, I met this Rachel guy, this missionary, but he said he's married. He wants to marry me too. And then the mother told her that he's married, but how about his wife? And he told the girl, my wife is aware of me about to get married to you. She's aware of our wedding. Now, he told the girl he wanted to have a traditional wedding. Why did he want to have a traditional wedding? Is because of this. If he said he want to have a so-called European wedding, of course, family member of his have to be there, or even his pastor at their church in Liberia have to be there, or their pastor member here have to, or fly to Liberia to be part of this marriage ceremony. But he said he wanted a traditional wedding. He wanted a traditional wedding. And a traditional wedding is just something either the family of the girl and few people sit down there, right? They bring something called cola nut and some palm wine, and they drink it, and the parents bless the wedding, and they pray about it, and they say some traditional talk and pour libation, and they release them, and they go. So in other words, he was using his head, okay? Because first of all, he did not want for the media to be there, because it was going to be European wedding. The media was going to be there. It was going to be all on Facebook, and then it was going to be in America here that he got married. But because he knew what he was there for, to go harvest organ, so he had to come up with a scenario to throw the minds of the people off. So fast forward, he got married to this girl. All right? So let's get into it, and then I will explain the rest.
I want my war standing death.
What's up, beautiful people, amazing people? How are you all doing? How are you all doing, you guys? I hope you all are doing amazingly well. You are welcome to another video. But before we dive right into it, please don't forget to like, share, subscribe if you haven't already. Turn on your notification bell so you'll be notified anytime I upload a new video. And with that being said, let's get into it. So guys, we're going to be talking about an incident that happened in Liberia in Africa. But before we dive right into it, I just want to put a huge disclaimer and of course a trigger warning on here, just in case this video is somewhat triggering or brings back an unpleasant memory. Please kindly click off of this video. And also, no bullying and harassment of any sort is supported on this page. So please be kind to one another. Okay, let's get into it. So, guys, we're going to be talking about the insane, the most gruesome, and crazy story that is going on in Liberia as we speak. And that has led to the arrest of an American missionary. An American missionary, Lucas Richard, has been arrested for the attempted murder of his Liberian wife, Jessica Lloyd. The story says a tricycle rider was riding past a bush path where he heard a loud scream of a woman coming from the bushes. He decided to check, to stop and check, only for him to come across a man. Lucas Richard has been.
So this is the American missionary, the white guy, and that's his wife, his American wife. Her face is covered because for some reason it's not about her, but it's about the individual there, the white guy. So his face needs to be uncovered so that we can see him. But that's his wife right there. So first of all, what his church in Iowa have done, they are now trying to block some of the activities on their website. So when you click on it, like when you Google it, trying to do research, you're going to see it. But most of them, or some of them, when you click on it, it's not going to open because they don't want people to research the church. But trust me, this church is going to pay huge money to the family in Liberia.
Arrested for the attempted murder of his. This incident happened holding a woman's head her to stop and decided to check a bush path where he heard a loud scream of a woman coming from the bushes. He decided to check, to stop and check, only for him to come across a man holding a woman's head, slitting her throat, attempting to behead her. The tricycle rider quickly picked up a stick, or I don't know if it's a stone, hit the man on his head, saving the life of Jessica Lloyd. This incident happened on the 14th of September, 2023, in Cadwell in Liberia. And according to the story, Lucas Richard, who is an American missionary, went to Liberia to preach and teach the word of God, and also does lots of baptisms. And in the process of, preaching and spreading the word of God and doing baptisms and so on, Lucas Richard met and fell in love with a Liberian woman, Jessica Lloyd. And shortly after the pair started dating, Richard made his intention and interest in marrying Jessica known to her and her mother. And that the crazy part is, in all of this, Richard is even married. Richard is married, and him and his wife went together to Liberia. Richard is married and was doing all of this without his wife even knowing. So let's go back to the story. So when he, went to visit Jessica's mom, in making his intention known about marrying Jessica, that was when Jessica's mom asked her, this is according to Jessica's mom, by the way, asked him about his wife, if his wife knows about what is going on and his intention of marrying Jessica, which he said yes. He said his wife has always known about him and Jessica dating, and of course also knows that they are going to get married, which is why he came and so on. And I believe that being that polygamy is not something that is frowned on in Africa. As a matter of
Which hotel? Somebody say which hotel? I'm great at this. Dance your
fact, it is accepted in a lot of countries in Africa. You see parents marrying their daughters off as second, third, fourth. Like, they're okay with marrying their daughters off to an already married man. And I believe because of that, the mom did not even, think twice. She was like, okay, they should come and, do the traditional marriage rites. After the African traditional marriage rites between Richard and Jessica, Richard, decided to start looking for an apartment so they can move in together. I mean, they're married, right? So they can move in together. But I don't know what happened. But Richard told Jessica to, move in with her mother, that when he goes back to the States, which he will be leaving soon, when he goes back to the States, he will send some money for them to get a bigger and a better apartment, which Jessica did. She was living with her mom shortly after she felt pregnant, which she told her mom. Her mom asked her, "Have you told Richard?" She said yes. She said, he seemed really, really excited about the news of the pregnancy. And she said Richard took her to the doctor to do a blood test, of course, and it confirmed that she was really pregnant. But shortly after, a couple of weeks after, she started.
Sorry, folks, that I have to interfere in this area. So now, what happened here is, before he took the girl to the hospital, he have already injected the girl with some kind of medication to remove the pregnancy before he took the girl. So when he took the girl to the hospital, he took her there to actually see if the injection he gave to the girl, if indeed that injection was working or it did work to remove the pregnancy. That was the reason he took the girl to the hospital. He did not take the girl to the hospital to make sure if she was pregnant. He knew already the girl was pregnant, but he have removed the pregnancy by injecting the girl with some kind of controlled substances or whatsoever it may be, without letting the girl to know that what I'm about to give you is going to remove the pregnancy. So the girl did not consent to removing the pregnancy. The girl did not know that that medication that he's putting in her was going to remove the pregnancy. So he took the girl to the hospital to make sure that the pregnancy was being removed. So the question then is, if he was happy with the pregnancy, why did he inject the girl with injection to remove the pregnancy? One, if he was happy with the pregnancy, right? Why was he in fear to keep the pregnancy? If the wife knew about he married to another woman, why would he want to remove the pregnancy? Wouldn't it be that the wife would be happy? Because if the wife was happy for them to get married, then indeed the wife will also be happy that his second wife is pregnant. So then why he wanted to remove the pregnancy? I thought you get married to keep pregnancy, but you got married to remove pregnancy? So let's continue here. So he did not carry the girl to the hospital to go check whether she was pregnant. He carried the girl to make sure that pregnancy is being removed, that the drugs he injected into her was working. So this guy, he's a murderer. This missionary, he's a murderer. This white missionary, he's a murderer. He planned it to do it. He calculated what he did to kill this girl and steal her organ. So he went for an organ harvesting. So follow the story as I explained to you what I mean by he went to harvest organs. And that's what he been doing. Body that have been found in Liberia, I believe this church is connected to it. Because somebody that have been found in Liberia, part have been removed. So this church might be connected to those bodies being found in Liberia.
Bleeding, she's having a miscarriage. And according to her mom said that Jessica told her that Richard injected her with something that is causing her to have a miscarriage.
A situation happened with an American guy who calls Richard, a missionary in Cape Mount.
So that's the mother of the girl in the topic or in the discussion. That's the mother. So she's explaining her side. So all of them going to explain their side. The mother going to explain, and that's why I love this video. I took it. The mother going to explain, and then the murderer, the white murderer, okay, he's going to explain his side of the story. And the girl, the victim called Jessica Lloyd, she's going to explain her side of the story. And then the guy who rescued the girl, he's going to explain his side of the story. Just watch up.
And my children on the thumb, what the only MS on the hard one, wow. And where my children is, 2 of them. So he went there to go teach. He saw my daughter. He said he in love with her. He said he wanted to marry this girl. So he went. She told me she engaged me on it. I said, okay, if you love him, no problem. He said, Mama, you got a wife. So I said, then why now? Why he was saying he want to marry you a wife? No. He said he told his wife agreed to go, hey, he wants second wife because the woman he married is an older woman. So I said, oh, okay, if you love you then, y'all can come over, where he bring you to see the family. So she said, okay. So later on, after 1 week, 2 of them came. Now I knew you were hiding there for the people on the mission and hiding there for your wife. I now knew you lied to us and you told your wife. So later on, they came to the house, visited us. The other few family members that were there, we talked. He said, oh, I want to do a transition. So I said, okay, he did a transition. After the tradition, so Petra, he said, oh, I want to go and come back to go to the port for us to get our document. I said, okay. She said, but I want to be in sin because I'm a Christian. I'm paying the dowry first. I said, okay. So I go, no. The children, they carry them out for outreach. So later on, the last day they went out in Cape Mart to an area. So they were there. Now how she come and say, Mama, it looked like a brother.
Sorry, folks, that I have to go back again. So what he did here, he used religion because he know our people are into this religion thing to the extent that even if you are doing something against them, they will never understand. All in their mind is God is working. It's because of God. So he used religion by telling the lady, the mother of the girl, that I want to marry her because I'm a Christian. I don't want to sin. Because at the end of the day, we're going to have sex. I don't want to have sex with her without being married. So he using religion psychologically to play on the minds of the people because they know that in Africa, when it comes to religion, when it comes to Christianity, they can do anything. In fact, it is only in Africa. It is only in Africa that an African woman will respect her husband and say her husband is Jesus. But in the Bible, again, we're going back to the Bible because they wrongfully preach the Bible to our people. But in the Bible did not say your husband is Jesus. In fact, the Bible say honor your husband. He did not say honor Jesus. He said honor your husband. And in the Bible say the hair of the man is God. And the hair of the woman is her husband. So then how can people misinterpret the Bible? The Bible say the hair of the man is God. And the hair of the woman is the husband of the woman. That is why in the bed, I'm going this way. That is why in the bedroom, the woman will always say God, God, if they are having sexual intercourse. Because the man is her God. Because that's why in the Bible say the hair of the woman is her husband. That's why in the bedroom, when you guys are having a sweet, nice time, you always say, oh God, you refer to that man as God. Because you enjoy the fruit. You enjoy that man and you are calling him God. There is no mistake from the universe. But then how come You say, God is your husband. God is your this. God is your that. So that's how they play on the minds of our people. So when it comes to religion in Africa, when it comes to, let me be specific, when it comes to Christianity in Africa, our people can starve themselves. Our people can even beat their children. Our people. That's what they do. So even in this video, as much as her daughter was going in pain, she told Luca, the murderer, the white missionary murderer, she told him, if it is the will of God for the pregnancy to be moved, let it be done. No, it was not God that removed the pregnancy. It was Luca that injected injection into the girl without the consent of the girl for the pregnancy to be removed. It was not God. It was not natural. It was Luca that gave the girl medication unknown to her for the pregnancy to be moved. So it was not God. That was not God's will. And that's how these people play on the minds of our Africans. When it comes to Christianity, people are still blind. People are still taking advantage of us. Missionaries are still taking advantage of Africans on the African continent because of the ignorance of our people. Let's continue here. So he used religion here. You know, serious kiddo? Luca is a serious kiddo. There's church in Iowa. Their pastor is a serious kiddo. That church is a serious kiddo. They sell human organs. They harvest human organ. That's how they founded their church. And they send people around the African continent in black nations to harvest organs and sell it. That's how their church raised money. I believe so.
So I said, oh, okay, when you come to town, then we'll go to the hospital to go check it up. So I said, you told Luca? He said, yes. Luca happy about it. So went to the hospital. She came to town after the program. They came to town. When they went back on the mission, he went. They said, Lucas, Jessica will not march because they get the information like Jessica and Lucas going on. So she told me, so I said, I thought Lucas said people on the mission, you know about it. But anyway, she said, Mama, come for me. She said, I'm marching. So I said, okay, I'll come for you.
Okay, so what she's saying here, right? So it was graduation day. So I guess on the mission of their so-called gospel that they were teaching there, okay, they were teaching satanic issue. And they said they were teaching gospel. All right, they were teaching on godly war, and they said they were teaching gospel. So these days now, it was time for them to graduate, for them to march, right? But the news has already circulated on campus that Luca, the pastor, the reverend, the missionary, is having an affair with Jessica. So the news have gone that, no, she's not going to march because it's abomination. How can the pastor have an affair with his member in the church? So she's not going to march. It's abomination. So now the mother is saying, but I thought the church knew about my daughter and Luca because they were already married. They married traditionally. So now knew the traditional wedding they had, there was nobody from the church that came to that traditional wedding. That's why he said he wanted traditional wedding. He did not want European wedding. Because with the traditional wedding, most of the time it's just going to be you and the girl family, the girl parent who will come and bless it. So he's a serious kiddo. So he played on the minds of the people because he knew what he wanted. Let's continue here.
They said, hey, my brother, no, but it's my brother will not march until the end of 2 weeks. I said, okay, you come on. So I went for a sister that even said you were sleeping on the mission. So my ATM myself went for her, we brought her in the keke, we went for Chata keke, went for her. Okay, after 2 weeks, he came from Cape Mount. He visited us. He said, oh, I will find an apartment with everything in there before going to the States. So I said, to find an apartment, it will be hard for now. So what I would do, that should be with me. So in our own place, you can go and come, or you come back, or you can send the money. Then we can find a place. He killed that night, that evening when he killed. They went inside. Now they get a guy back to ERWA hospital. Went to the hospital and said she was confirmed that she was pregnant. So they gave her medicine and teen. They say, oh, they gave her all.
Now, what happened here is, because he have already married a girl traditionally, he have already gotten what he wanted, right? He got what he wanted. Now he refused to find an apartment. I mean, he's a missionary. He got money, right? How much is apartment in Liberia? How much is apartment in Liberia? Maybe, I mean, a real furnished apartment would maybe would say $100 a month. $100 a month for the apartment. He had the money because on the day that he went to kill this guy, to slaughter this guy, according to him, he had $400 in his pocket, folks. You're going to see him speaking. So he had money. So he could have afforded to rent an apartment. But it was not his intention to rent an apartment. His intention was to get this family, believing that Luca is a good man, so that when he committed acts, the parent will say, no, it is not Luca that did it. So he was planning his alibi. He could have afforded to rent an apartment, $100 for an apartment. In fact, some places maybe $80 a month. He could afford it. But he did not want to rent an apartment. So he started giving story. Because if he rent an apartment, his wife maybe could have been in the know that, why are you renting an apartment for someone? So he lied to the people.
Ultrasound, they say, yeah, I treat you better there. They were ultrasound, they say, yeah, she's pregnant for treat you better was there. They give her medicine and teen. They say, oh, they did her ultrasound, they say, yeah, I treat you better there. They were ultrasound, they say, yeah, she's pregnant for treat you better was there, but you're moving.
Okay, sorry, folks. So like I told you earlier, right? He carried the girl to the hospital to make sure that this pregnancy was moving. It wasn't dead. So he carried the girl for them to see if indeed the pregnancy was still there, or the medication he gave the girl, whether the pregnancy has removed. And the people said yes, she was pregnant. The pregnancy is there, but it looked that the pregnancy is moving. The pregnancy, is being destroyed. So it was not a girl, it was not a hospital that administered the medication for the pregnancy to move. So he administered the medication somewhere else, either in a car or in a home or whatsoever. So now he took the girl to the hospital to make sure if that medication was working. And that's how the people say, yes, the pregnancy, it seems that you are pregnant, but the pregnancy is moving. It's not dead. But yes, you are pregnant.
So the pregnancy moved. Then he went. Now doing our intention, he needed to do it.
You mean he Lucas?
He Lucas
was the cause of the pregnancy?
Yes. He gave her the injection in the vein. So that night, I called her back. I said, oh, Lucas gave Jessica injection, but he said, oh, her last week, and she bleeding. So he said, you sure you do it intentionally? I said, I don't want to believe that. Because the way he can behave, like he's so lawful, taking, cherishing the family. So I go low. Today, after a few times, Lucas said, I'm coming to the key today. I was just telling you I saw the car. He said, I want to share in the apartment. They may begging him to take on the airport. So he come today. No, the man, he said, the man said, you're taking on the airport now.
Okay.
So you are coming today. He postponed the trip to today. So after she came about no, she said, oh man, Lucas taxi one and all. We say coming. So Lucas King was saying that if for the horse. He came where inside Jessica came outside to the car too, and then went inside. When they went inside the truck, Jessica got in the car. Inside the horse. Got in the car. He said, oh, our father was if I didn't play this would never happen. Say the parents say, Mommy, I'm very sorry for what happened. I know what I said, but I'm sorry. I think that he feels so bad. I said, no problem, because it's a go away or like a beaton. So he went inside to her.
All right. So now, this is the second scene. After he have injected the girl with some unknown substances, right, to destroy the baby and to also destroy the girl. Because this medication, this unknown medication he gave to this girl, it made this girl numb to the extent that she couldn't feel anything. She was numb, absolutely numb. Now, if he never had some kind of an alternative motive, and he came and met this girl, he would have told this girl, you know what, it seems that you are tired, so relax and rest yourself. After you have given this girl medication and the pregnancy, to destroy the pregnancy, you should have allowed the girl to rest, right? But because he wanted to harvest an organ, he wanted to kill this girl. And the reason why he's doing all these things is because he cannot leave this girl numb to try to harvest her organs. This girl could have fought back, okay, and run away and report him that, look at the missionary, the white missionary tried to kill me. So what he's doing here is to create all these things so that the girl won't have power to escape. And that's what exactly happened. Now, the girl is in a stage where she can't feel nothing. She's numb. And then came to the parent, lied to the parent that, you know what, I want to take her somewhere else so that we can sit down and talk, like going to the park. All right? Like going to the park. But indeed, they have a park in Liberia, but he did not take the girl to the park. Follow me. Let's see where he took the girl. So now, he's taking the girl to the park, and he also had a weapon on him. He had a knife that he was going to use to kill this girl and to remove her organ. So how are you going to take someone to a park? Someone who is helpless, need help, and then you take her to a park and get a weapon. Watch out.
If you're talking to 200 boy in the car, when you in the car, they left. As long as they left, I said, go back. I went to church. And the church closed on me. I time my lap out of the transfer in Josephine. I went to church after service. While I was coming back, because as long as when they almost said, no time today, that short time. The person who had the meditation, after we praying, I pay my offering and thing.
Which means no long service.
No long service. Yes. So while I was on my way coming back, and I said, now when the better move, I will rush out to the hot cleaning. That's the time. Before I came here, I came to hot cleaning at night. We had to patient shop. They said, they want to take out to the TSC. I said, no, let me call a hospital first. But I couldn't get in, and I couldn't get in. Later on, I started testing, just start testing, say, oh, I'm bleeding, just like acting like so feeling bad. Okay. Yes. So when I came on the back coming for service, then I saw the car out there left me for almost 30 minutes or 45 minutes. I saw the car passing by me to Giant Market. So I said, I want Jessica and Lucas going out. Maybe in the essay area going fast so I could sit down. So I went home. I stayed in for the horse. My agent was poking from my brother. He said, you want to sell so she was poking. So I said, AC, I saw Lucas and Jessica in the car just about there. AC said, but I was left there. Why are you going to run outside? So in less than 30 minutes, I saw Keke coming in the yard with blood. My daughter was blood off. The first thing I went to my mom, I thought an accident. I said, what happened? She said, you shouldn't tell my mom. She an asthma patient. You're poor water. I said, what happened? The first time, someone's son-in-law. The children said the Keke boss's son-in-law was cutting my daughter's throat. Carry her in the bush. hit her for the back. You are cutting her throat. And one ball was passing, one can get ball. Hitting, I don't know motorbike ball can get ball. Hitting was turning for the back. But the ball was not cutting the throat. Now they give her oppositions. They had the ball hitting for the back. The people start coming around, he joined the car. They speed the ball, they met, they say, met over a small speed.
So the local person in question, is he a Liberian or is he a foreign?
American, typical American man.
White or black man?
White man, typical American white man. I'm talking about so, my brother. People wear on the traditional wedding, I get a picture and teenage. In my daughter's phone, with phone, he said somebody on a mission to steal my daughter's phone because of the destroy everything.
Okay, those who are watching you, including Freedom FM, what do you want us to do for you?
I want for the government to step in because how they can kill people, then they say that government killing people. The American man, all he killing in the country. They are going to kill my daughter for just way. They say that that's a papa for just praying because the position my daughter on now. I just praying that God assembly and the
Where is she currently?
She at JFK hospital, they get her into her right now as I'm speaking to you.
Well, that is Jessica's mom giving her side of what happened. And this is quite unfortunate. My heart goes to her. Like, I wish her the best. I wish her so much strength because she needs all the strength she can get right now. And Richard, apparently, like I said before, he got caught and arrested in Liberia. And when he was giving his testimony, you guys, can he make up any more lies? Talking about how, trying to twist and turn the story, talking about how the tricycle rider was the one who hit Jessica and trying to pin it on him.
Explain exactly what happened on the scene. Explain exactly what happened and how you came here. I'm listening to you. Go ahead.
Okay. The only thing I don't know, the police officers.
All right, so this is the murderer. This is the white missionary murderer. So that's the Luca Ricci, Lucas, Richards. So his church is based in Iowa. Luca Ricci Church in Iowa. So I try to do some research on him, which of course, we're going to do more research on him to see who this individual, this idiot is. Because most of these people, that's his real name. So most of these people, they are criminals. They went to jail, and after jailhouse, all they do is to go and become pastor or Christian, right? And then send them to the African nations to go and live their life, because this is where now they go and make living, because America reject them, and then they have to become Christian or missionary. And then they send them in the African nations or on the African continent or in black nation to go do missionary job so that they can find peace and life in other places among black people. And while they are there, they are harvesting human organ. And I believe this is what this church in Iowa, this Luca Ricci Church in Iowa, are known for harvesting black organ and making business out of it. Now, listen to his part of the story. Before listening to him, what he about to explain here, right? He have already started cutting the girl through before someone came there to save the girl. Now, in his mind, the girl did not live, or in his mind, the girl's esophagus was cut where she cannot explain. She won't be able to explain anything. So now, he had to come out with an alibi to say it was the tricycle or the guy with the motorbike or the motorist that killed, or let's say that hurt them. Because as a white man, when they saw him, they believed that white people from America or from Europe got money. And that's what he said in the video. So he's trying to make his alibi that he went, and someone went to rob them and they killed the girl in the presence, or they harmed the girl in the presence. But he did not know that this girl will survive to tell the actual story of what happened. What happened here is, if this girl was not going to survive, or even if the knife was going to go to cut her vein and her esophagus, where she cannot explain, what was going to happen here is, the individual that was on the scene that saved the girl, that individual, based on this looker, this murderer, based on his testimony, it was going to be believed that it was this guy who was on the scene that saved this girl that committed the crime. And that's how this innocent boy was going to go to jail. And that's how people are going to believe that it is the government that created the act. It is the government that kills, that went and sent somebody and killed somebody because election time is coming and government want to do human sacrifices. And that's how been the politics in Liberia by certain opposition political media. Whenever they found battle in the country, and then they say it is the government that did it. They've been finding numerous battles in the country. Their past have been missing. And then they say it is the government. But not knowing this wretched, this local wretches, his church, his missionary job he's doing in Liberia, I believe he's been part of the body of human parts that have been missing. And that's why he planned this thing, because being a serious killer, he actually planned what to do so that he cannot be caught. But he been doing it, but this time around, he got caught. So listen to the part of his story.
His name's involved, but you guys can figure that out. She asked me to help her with $150 US, which I do monthly. I went there to her parents' house after I ran 2 errands in town. I think you have some of my receipts over there.
Okay.
I go and I give her the $150. She gives it to her mom. Her brother was there too. She asked me for milk, cornflakes.
And by the way, he's speaking like that because he has spent some level of time in Liberia. So that's how you see he got some kind of an accent. Because like I said, most of these people, they are criminals here. America don't need them. They are criminals here. So if they find an opportunity in an African nation where people worship them, they live their life there.
And a few other things. And so the two of us went from right there. They live around something shop junction. And I carried her to Harbell supermarket. We bought cornflakes, we bought all of those things. And even if the receipts are gone right now, you can even ask Harbell, they can show you footage of us going in there together.
All right, sorry, folks. So what he's saying down there, he already planted his alibi. So he's saying, because he's already trying to say it is the boy that was on the scene that committed the crime. So now he's saying he loved this girl. Why would he want to kill this girl? In fact, he took this girl out to shopping, to do some grocery shopping. And in fact, he's saying, I even got a receipt, or the mother got the receipt that I did all of these things. I even gave them money. But meanwhile, we know these serious killers. Serious killers are white people. When they say serious killer, they are white people in this country. Because they take months, they take years to plan how to kill. They read books, they do research to plan how to kill so that they cannot be caught. So serious killers are white people. So he's already planning his alibi, thinking that we don't know what people do in this country. Saying that, oh, I love this girl. I bought them food. I went out shopping for them. The mother got the receipt. People in this country can take you to a restaurant, and after that, they kill you. We know all of those things. So you are a murderer. So now he's planning his alibi. Wash up.
Why would I be buying these things for someone who's going to hurt me? Then from there, we decided that I could drop her. I don't have to take her back to her parents, and that I could drop her there because of Bonneville Highway. She would get a motorbike and she would get back. So I pulled the car. The first area where there was like coal tar, but that you could pull off on the main coal tar, I pull off. I put my trafficators on. Because two things. She's getting a motorbike to go back home, and I needed to check my back right tire because I've been having a problem with that tire. And I could feel when I was driving that something was not correct. So while she was waiting for motorbike, standing on the coal tar, I'm down there literally trying to jack up my thing.
Okay. So you went for what? To a house.
Yes.
To go to the supermarket.
So you listen to his Alabama, right? This is a girl who is sick. Her pregnancy has been removed. She's weak. All right. She had no strength. How is she going to get over the motorbike to get home? When you went to her house and took her from her house, from her mother's house, okay? And you carry her and you told the mother you were taking her for a sit in a quiet area on the park to have a conversation with her, to talk to her, to make her feel comfortable in a car. Then how come you're going to pull her over a motorbike to go back home and then you go on your way? Now, listen to this, his alibi. He said his car was giving his problem. He parked the car and he went to go check the car while the girl was on the road, on the quota, waiting for a motorbike to come and pick her up to carry her. While she was on the quota, the motorbike came and hit her. But the good thing is, this girl lived. This girl was able, or she's able to speak. That's the only reason that saved the guardian angel that was on the scene that went to go save her. So now he's saying the girl was on a quota waiting for a car or waiting for a motorbike or keke to come and carry her while he was facing his car, right? While you were listening to the side of the girl's story, she was never on a quota.
The boy where you're feeling buying.
Right.
So in our direction, she was getting on bike to go back home.
No, after the supermarket, we drove for a small time to lecture. Then she said she would take motorbike to go home. Because, I mean, the cornflakes and everything fit inside plastic.
Her parents knows you?
Yes.
Her parents knows you?
Yo.
Huh?
Yes. Okay. Yes. Because I asked their blessing, and when we were starting to have a relationship, but going back to the story, she's standing on the side of the coal tar, and I'm standing there doing this with the jack thing. And next thing I know, a motorbike comes out of nowhere and hits her, and she goes into a ditch because right after this coal tar is like a little extra coal tar on the side of the coal tar. Right after that is just a big ditch.
Okay.
The motorbike hit her. She fell backwards and rolled into that ditch. I think she even fell backwards and hit the edge of the coal tar because she had blood coming. But she rolled backwards into there. At that
Now, folks, where he's talking about the motorbike hit this girl, and he believed the girl went back like this and fell, and she got caught here. This was where he hit the girl. He looked at the murderer. This was where he hit the girl, back here. Now he's saying the motorbike hit this girl, and the girl fall down, and he believed the girl fell, and her hair knocked the quota or something. She got caught here. But that description he's giving, this is where he hit this girl. Watch out. Now, the question now is, how can a motorbike hit someone but the girl caught here? How can a motorbike hit someone and then here they was getting slaughtered by their neck? But on a girl belly, if a motorbike hits you, why on a girl belly? There is no cut. There is no motorbike mark. There is no injury on her belly all the way to her chest. But it is her neck. How can a motorbike hit you? Then you're under your neck. The injury is. But the good thing is this girl lived. She survived to explain the story.
point, I leave what I'm doing and I go to check on her and help her out and ask her if she's okay. I bring her up onto the coal tar. And at this point, this motorbike driver that just hit her is yelling out to other motorbikes, KK, whatever that's driving by, and this big lorry, big truck, big red truck that was carrying, I don't know, a dump out truck, something like that, telling them that I hurt the girl, that I did something to the girl. I don't know how they were saying, but they were yelling it out, screaming it out. And so they're stopping, and then all these motorbike guys are stopping, and they're vest at me. I'm walking around the front to go get in the car. She was walking around the front with me. She goes around the front, and she's coming to get in the car. Then something goes through the window and comes and hits me right here on the head. And when it hit me, I did like this on the steering wheel. And one of the guys took a big stick and started pounding. He came in front of the Land Cruiser and he started pounding on the thing. And so at this point, she's telling me to go. She would be okay as me then because they think they're probably going to get money from me. I had $400 US in my pocket. No, 350 because I gave her 150. I had $350 US in my pocket right here and some small in my wallet right here. It was becoming so bad, and the truck believed that I was doing something wrong, so he was wanting to stop me. She's telling me go, and everything that I've heard about motorbike drivers in Liberia is that if something happens, you are always wrong, especially.
Now, you see what he said there, right? First of all, like I said, he had money, but he couldn't rent an apartment for this girl. An apartment in Liberia is $100 per month. In some area, $80 per month, apartment in Liberia, right? So he had money on him. Now, second, his alibi, he's saying someone told him that in Liberia, if something happened and motorbike made it around, you should escape because they will harm you, right? And then he's saying in Liberia, people have already told him that people from America, white people from America that go to Africa or to Liberia, all the thing you got money. So when they see you, they will rush on you, right? So he's planning his alibi, everything. If this girl could not have learned to talk, to explain what actually happened, this guy could have been free. This guy could have been sitting in America right now.
Especially if you're from outside, because they think they can get money from you. So I hit the gas and I start going. I didn't hit nobody. I even hit before I put it in gear. I did like this so that they backed up, and then I went. And of course, the motorbikes were following me, and the motorbike that hit her already had his motor.
First of all, let me say this. He lied already. In Africa as a whole, it's very rare for African to just see white men and they just jump on you and they start beating you. In Africa, all the way in which white people have committed heinous crime against black people, against African people. On the African continent, Africans don't see white people and then just go and start beating them. Africans do not see white people and then just go and start telling them anything. In fact, white people are more protected on the African continent than black people. Black people protect white people on the African continent than their brothers and sisters. So what he's saying, he lied. Black people don't just see white people and just go and do anything to them. In fact, they will protect them. They will welcome them. They will serve them. On the African continent, today, it still happens. So he lied. If you are doing the right thing, there was never ever going to chase him. So his story, he lied there. Black people, African people do not harm white people with all the heinous crime. they have committed against black people, they don't harm white people when they see them. In fact, they let them go. Most of the time, they let them go. Even if they are doing something, they let them go. They protect them and they let them go.
Motorbike out of the something. All I remember is that it was a red motorbike with a license plate in front. That's all I remember about it. But when they started following me, and I didn't know where to do. The only thing I knew was go to the first police officer that I could see.
Okay.
So what is the relationship between this guy?
So I get to the first area where there's a police officer. And that police officer was so scared because he got hit with the same things they were jumping at me. They busted all my windows. You go look at that Land Cruiser. They busted all my windows.
I saw it.
They hit that police officer. He told me to keep going.
First, I keep going back because I want for people to understand. Now he said they bust his window. Now the question is, where did that bust your window? Was it at the crime scene or after you fled? It was not at the crime scene the bust his window. Even the mark he's showing here, it was not at the crime scene. That mark he's showing here that something came from the back and hit him and he hit the head. It was not even at the crime scene. It was when he tried to flee away. It was when he was running away. And the crowd chased him that you will not run away. You have already, you tried to kill one of our own. You tried to kill our sister. And we caught you and you want to run away. So in the process of running away, that's how he got chased. And he did not know where he was going because he don't know the place. And he got stuck. And that's how they pulled him from the car. And then the car he's talking about, it got damaged. It was not at the crime scene because he tried to run away. Oh, yes, of course. You committed a crime and you want to run away? They should have even killed you. So after they caught him, not at the crime scene, that's how they destroyed his car. But it was not at the crime scene they destroyed his car because he got in his car to run away. And they chased him. That's how he got caught. And when he got caught, that's why they destroyed his car. And that's where they choked him. Now, he's saying they even stone the police officer. Yes, that's how it is in Africa. Especially when you commit crime like that and you're running away. People are going to take stone and start stoning you. They're going to start, it's mob death. That's what they're going to do to you. So in the process of stoning him, the police were there to control the crowd. And of course, what's going to happen? The stone going to hit the police. That's how it is done in Africa. That's how most of the time people seek justice. Because most of the time, if cases like that, most of the time cases that go to the court, people don't get their justice. Because you people got money, the judge got money. And most of the time, if the system is corrupt, you people go free. So that's how people get justice, mob justice. So you are lucky you did not get killed.
To the next police. And he was going to try to stop these people. But that didn't work. Finally, when I reached to the I don't remember the exact how you call that area, but that goes onto the Walla. The police officer came and said, let me drive. Sorry, I'm still bleeding.
You guys, this is such bull crap. Like, what is this? What is he talking about? How is he twisting the story, trying to paint the hero as the villain, talking about the tricycle rider that caught him, talking about how he's the one that hit Jessica, that Jessica had an accident? How can someone have an accident, but their throat is slit? He's talking about how the tricycle rider hit her and she fell and hit her head. But then again, I've seen accidents where you break bones and so on, but having such a clean cut on the throat, the math is not mathing. The math, her head, Math is definitely not her head. But then again, I've seen accidents.
So this is the girl right here. So you see her, she's bloody there. So where they tie the cloth, that's her neck. Where he tried to cut her throat, to slash her throat, where he tried to kill her like pig or like chicken or like cow, and then harvest her organ. So how can a motorbike hurt you, but no part of your body is injured? Only your neck. How can a car hurt you, but your legs, everything, no bone breaking, nothing, but your neck is where, the mark is. So his story that he tried to create, all he thought, the knife went deeper into this girl's throat that caught her esophagus, that she could not speak. But not knowing, she lived that she will explain the actual story. If not, this idiot, this murderer could have been sitting down in America here, looking for another prey to kill.
Accidents where you break bones and so on, but having such a clean cut on the throat, the math is not mathing. The math is definitely not mathing. Trying to paint the hero as the villain, it's really not working. And I hope Jessica gets all the justice she needs. And thankfully, you guys, Jessica is alive. She survived it. She is healing perfectly fine in the hospital. And she has had the time to tell her story, talking about how she was in the car with Lucas and he stopped. He said he wanted to pee. He brought out a knife. And when she was asking him what the knife was for, Lucas said he has a fear of snake. According to Jessica, she said Lucas said he has a fear of snake, and in case he sees one in the bush, he will kill it with the knife. And when he went, according to Jessica, to the first part of the bush, but he wasn't feeling so comfy because there were too many people walking around, and he came back. Jessica was like, okay, why didn't you pee? He said there are too many people walking around. And then they went back in the car and then went to.
I signed a once-in-a-generation investment in American infrastructure. When you see these big projects in your hometown and cranes going up, I want you to feel the way I feel. Pride in what we can do, and we do it together.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? My car is starting kind of slow. Let's see.
Another location in the bush. And that was when he went into the bush again. Jessica was accompanying him, of course. And then the next thing she heard, according to Jessica, she said she heard a loud bang. And at this point, she was thinking it is the car tire that popped. But only for her to fall down, bleeding, and started jacking. And at that point, she was already feeling numb. She was, losing so much blood. And she saw Lucas push her on the floor, took the knife he brought with them into the bush, and started slitting her throat. And according to Jessica, at this point, she wasn't even feeling it because she was so numb already from losing so much blood. She was jacking. You guys, this is, I wish she gets I pray and I wish she gets all the justice, that this case gets investigated properly. But let's hear from Jessica and also the Keke, the tricycle rider who saved her life.
Although we went there, the corner boss, they see where me they want their money. So he said he missed the rule, so the director in the play. But the chain was behind us. So he couldn't do anything but first before we get out from the car, he took out the net, big net. He said, I felt a snake, so in case one see snake, then we'll kill it. And I go here, I'm expecting So we get out from the car and put the net in your pocket. After we go to the door side, people were playing it there, so we couldn't do anything. So they thought, when so kind of bush area, and saying another people, it's a the bush, but push everyone, but they go people.
The same TV, eh?
Yeah, in Panama, on the other side, straight go patient. Try my guess. So he say, you know, that go pee. And I said, okay, let me go to the water and go pee. But after peeing, he see some of my animal in the bush. That the boy never in his pocket. So when he said, oh, can see what I saw the seeing only the animal, the abortion. I said, I'm scary. I just flew up behind him, but it's the one going to go closer and just going to give me with them. So I just stayed behind him. When he finished peeping here, I said, and wash your hands. So thank you, I'm going to use it. I said, yeah, wash your hands. After I finished, I hold in the bottle. When you consume it, you can say, young people again, someone will push it. So he said, oh, stay behind me small, when the small train will be passing around. I have to break behind him, but not too close. So when he finished, I would look for the direction and play the car where go in the car. We came.
So you park the car.
Yeah, we're not going to show all the water start going there. If we everybody place miss the direction. So that after that, we go in the car and we went to the road that leading when you come from. When you come inside of the road on the other side, so that the road will keep back with it. Then we go back again. Yeah, we go back again on the same road to patient shop road in the estate. Go on that side, then we're going to the other side of the road until we go to the other side. And the road we're going on. So all the private places, he passed by the place. I said, oh, but when there's one player, I said, I talk, they toss money, Jacob. So, other places, because I'm not preaching or not telling me about the preach. But before then, we saw the cemetery. He said, oh, I don't know if a balancing that prayer was a dying and we're going to go to the cemetery to go see the grave, the name, the time the people die. I said, no, I won't go there. I said, no, I feel I won't go be seeing the grave. So I went from small. And then the bush go on up like they nobody was there. Nobody said no answer. Well, this thing, it's like the boy washing or everything when he parked the car. So when he parked the car, he said the car tire had problem. They wanted to fix it or to change it. And I said, okay, I was sitting in the car at first. So when he got down, and then he said, oh, just got, I think you need to help me.
So this is the story where Luca explained that his car tire had a problem, right? So he was about to fix it, and then Jessica was on the main road waiting for keke or the tricycle or motorbike to come and carry her. Now here is Jessica saying, while he parked the car, he went down to the car and then called Jessica to come and help him turn the car stop like that, to lift the car up, to jack the car up. So Jessica now is saying, according to the story, she was not on the road waiting for car. Rather, she was at the car jacking the car up, not on the road. But Lucas said Jessica was on the road while he was at the car trying to fix the car tire, while Jessica was waiting for tricycle or motorbike. And then in the process, he just heard a sound of a tricycle or motorbike that came, hit the girl, and the girl went and fell backward and hit her head on the cement. That he believed the girl hit her head on the cement. But here Jessica saying she was not on the main road, but rather she was the one to the car, jacking the car up.
He brought it all up and outside. They beating it. Then you hear the other tick. No kind of anything. So instead of beating it and I can finish with the other side. I said, okay, I'm not thinking on anything. So I was saying, he said, what dead in your head? So he opened up in my head. He opened it up.
So just for clarity, for some of you that may not understand what she's saying, right? So she's saying while she was there, because she got a lot of hair, okay? She did her African hair stuff. So while she was at the car, jacking the car up, look at the murderer, the missionary murderer, came to her and told her that you have a dent in your head. Let me take it out. So while taking the dent out, what he was actually trying to do was to remove the hair because he was finding a place so that he would hit the girl's skull. So he was finding a place to hit the girl's skull. So he removed the hair, opened the girl's hair to actually loosen it. Now, in the process, the girl said he had one of the iron that he used to unscrew the bolt on the car. So he had the iron in his hand. So she didn't know. All she's thinking, hey, she had a white American husband, right? So she's helping a white American husband. But now knowing this white American husband is a serious killer who wanted to kill her to harvest her organ. Because how can you be carrying somebody who is helpless, okay, remove pregnancy unknown to her, and then you have knife in your pocket? How can you be going to sympathize with somebody you have knife in your pocket? And I told the girl that I have the knife in my pocket because I'm afraid of snake. How can you be afraid of snake instead of you going to the park where there is no snake, but you left the park and you go in the bush? And then the girl said at some point they reach to the cemetery. Then he told the girl in the US, in America, when we see the cemetery, we usually go to the cemetery and then look at names and see when the person died and how long they live. And you know, in Africa, when it comes to cemetery, we don't really watch a cemetery like that unless maybe Memorial Day or something, where they did a clean the grave. But other than that, you hardly see up to the graveside just like that, like how you see American people here in the graveside, right? You don't see it. So Jessica said, no, I'm not going there. I'm afraid. I don't want to go there. Because he was taking the girl to a place where no one would be there. Because according to the girl, they went to other places. The first place he wanted to pee, they had a lot of people there. But he said he did not want to pee because that was not an area he wanted to commit the crime. Because a lot of people were there. So they went further down, and then he said he wanted to pee. He peed. But what happened here is, while he was peeing, he called the girl to come because he wanted the girl to go close to him. But the girl said she did not go too close to him. She left distant. So he couldn't do the act. So he still thinking his man as a serious killer. So he peed. He washed his hand. According to the girl, she poured getting water, washed his hand. And then it went a little bit further down again. And then he told the guy he wanted to pee again. The guy said, but you just pee. Not even too long. You want to pee again? You get in the story. So now, they went to the next place, got in the car, they went to the next place. And then he said he wanted to fix the tire. Now, this is where now he wanted to do his job.
Felt like he was cleaning it dirt. So he hit it. I hear boom. So I felt like maybe the car tire burst or the thing I was thinking the girl pouring inside the water.
Topic. Sorry, folks. We're about to done. Then we'll get to the next topic. Now, at this point, this girl's entire body is locked up. Because why? This murderer, he injected the girl with some unknown substances to remove the pregnancy. So that substance in the girl's body is working, is making her numb, so she's not feeling nothing. So he knew why he gave this girl the substance, because first of all, he's not a medical doctor. But he knew why he gave this girl, because he knew what he wanted to do to this girl. Because he had to get this girl, and a substance that will make her numb, so that when he killing this girl, when he cutting this girl's throat, she will not be able to fight back. She will not feel it because she's numb. She's not feeling the cut. So she will just be lying down there where she's not even shouting. But if the girl is numb and he's cutting this girl throat, doing anything, she will shout and people will come around, or she will fight back and escape. So he gave this girl a controlled substance into her vein that tarnished the pregnancy, and at the same time, it made her numb. She was not feeling anything part of her body. It did not end there. Now, so he put this guy in the car, carrying this guy around in the process so that the medication will be able to work. Now, while doing that, it seemed that the medication was not really working effectively. But the medication had tarnished, had removed the pregnancy, 2 months old pregnancy. All right. But the medication was not working to make her uncomfortable because she was still active. She was still walking. Now, what he did was, then the guy said, I'm feeling pain in my stomach. I'm still feeling pain. Then he took another medication because the girl was still normal because she could still feel pain. She could feel her body, right? So he took another tablet and gave it to her and said, take it. It will help to cool the pain down. So this medication he's giving this girl, I believe it is another medication, the same drugs that he gave in a vein. It is the tablet that he gave this girl to make her more numb. He gave the tablet to the girl took it. Now, when it reached to where he wanted to do the stuff, according to this girl, at that time she was weak. So that's how, right? When he hit the girl right here, she did not even know what was happening to her because she couldn't feel nothing. Because she's already numb. She couldn't feel nothing. So fast forward. Let me take it out so we can get to the next place. Let me conclude the fast forward. When he hit this girl here, she fell. And she started jerking. So after look at the murderer, this girl was already dead because she was jerking. So that's how Jessica saw Luca, went over her and started cutting her throat. But while cutting her throat, she couldn't feel nothing because the medication made her numb. But at that time, even though she couldn't feel nothing, but she was trying for Luca to how to get over her. So that was what she was doing. She was not fighting him, but just pushing him to get over her, right? So while doing that, cutting her throat, the knife also cut her hand. So if you see down there, that's where it is. Because she's fighting like this, and trying to push him over her, and then the knife also cut her. So in that point, this is how she got safe.
At Harry and David, we call the Rogue Valley of Southern Oregon home. Where we're from inspires what we create.
What people is taking far or it was our checking, so it's like you were checking.
I can't allow to report into the police. I won't reach one now. People anchor trying to hurt him. I control him. Point on the motorbike. Bring to the depot here.
Bring to the depot. So yeah. Where is he right now?
In the depot. You see my head?
Yes.
The motorbike man knocking my head will stay. My whole body will stay there. I protect the women. I say no. The only thing I want, let trusted people in the country. Now because the women say, oh yeah, I'll protect you. The only thing I want, let trusted people, and I care when she die. Let trusted people in the country.
So currently, where is the white man you talking about?
The white man in the police station. I don't want to bring to the police station. Me, I don't want to bring to the police station. Take me a money anchor grab, bring to the police station. Police, let's probably anchor grab, but they want to protect the man. You are put your hand in the man pocket to take money. I say no, nobody will put it in.
So at that time, what you talking about? When you saw the man, he was for the girl trying to.
The man or the girl, the man. I said the man or the girl, the man slaughtering the girl. My one standing there before more about men care right. They can't work on all here. The girl, the cat, dropping the grab. I stopped motorbike. I said, me, I will pay for the motorbike. I tried to read. The message gave me $5. I even to a $5 from my pocket. I give it to me. So I don't want behind or the man from DC all the way yet. I want reach $1, anchor crowd. I said, no. I want to catch a man alive. I want a man alive to report him to the police.
Okay.
You guys, this is crazy. This is so horrifying. And to say that he would allegedly murder that poor girl, that young girl in cold blood, and then just, continue doing his missionary work like nothing happened, and probably left the country. And this is.
All right, sorry, folks. I know we took long on this. By the way, this happened just last week on the 14th, September 14, 2023. I know we took long on this, but I wanted to bring a whole story for people to see what happened in Liberia last week on the 14th. All right. If not, this guy was going to be sitting in America here while he have already murdered somebody in Liberia, while that innocent child, that innocent boy who have been in jail, because you already said it was the boy that hit the girl. Now, if the girl was not in how they call it, in the right frame of mind to speak, or if her esophagus was caught where she could not speak, that's how it was going to be, because she could not have been able to speak to explain what happened. All right. Maybe she was just going to do things by sign, but how we were going to get it, people was not still going to believe her. All right. Because you already said it was the tricycle that went and hit the girl. But now the guest explained that it was that boy that saw, how they call it, Luca, that hit her and then shot her and then went over her, started slashing her throat. And then that's how that ball came and hit Luca, and he fell off. And that's how the boy started shouting. That's how people came around. And there was other bystanders that was there that did not come on the scene. But they said they saw Luca hitting the girl and cutting the girl through. So that's why these missionaries, since 1884 Berlin Conference, that's why they are known to do, these white folks. Barbaric. They go on the African continent with their missionary job, but to harvest human organ. That's why he had a knife in his pocket. That's why he gave this guy medication. He gave this guy injection. That's why he took this guy far somewhere to go kill her. That's why he had knife, because it was premeditated. He had knife. He's not a medical doctor, but he administered medication. And he killed an innocent child in the womb of this girl. And he gave this girl medication that she did not consent to, that could have even killed her as well. Let's get to our next story. So that's what happened in Liberia with Christianity. So this is not Muslim. This is a Christian missionary that went in Liberia to kill someone to harvest their organ. Now, let's get to Europe. Like we said, the slave betrayed African liberation in Niger to save their slave master. So let's get into the real topic while we are here. I'm sorry we took a long time on this topic because the video was long. And I wanted for people to understand both sides, to get his side, the girl's side, and the bystander side who saved the girl, to get all their side, and then you know what happened. Now, it left with the justice system. If they allow this guy to be free, the thing we'll do in our Liberia of that justice system is going to be something different. They dare lead this guy to go free. That justice system in Liberia, I dare them to allow this guy to go free, to come back in America here. All right, folks. Now, you see, I know sometimes it seems that we should just leave this topic, right? And just let it go. But if we leave it, if we let it go, then that means we are defeated. And then that means the will of ECWA, AU, United States, EU, or NATO, their will prevail. Now, even though we know, but we will keep saying it, that Europe and America, they do not want Africa to progress. Europe and America want for Africa to live in poverty, for African people to live in abject poverty. And we are not saying this because people may say that, oh, you hate America, oh, you hate Europe. No, it is America that hates herself. We have said it before here. It is Europe that hates herself. We want to explain, we want to bring to our people what United States or Europe say towards Africa, period. We did not write this. We did not say this. They wrote it. They said it, how they feel about Africa. And the only way they can write, the only way they can remain on top there is for African people to be poor. It's for them to continue to loot the African resources. It's for Africa to be powerless. Now, the article says, U.S., the United States and Europe and the European Union react to BRICS expansion. The United States and Europe react to BRICS expansion. Now, again, let me say this clear. I am not in any way speaking for BRICS, but I am in every way speaking for Africans and African people. I am in every way speaking for the African continent and for any African nation that is being exploited by Europe and America, that is being exploited by the colonizer, by the imperialist. That I speak. Now, the United States and Europe said, the European Union said, the BRICS summit need a positive note last month. Ended a positive note last month. And they themselves know they are the ones speaking, not me. Last month, as the alliance took a historic decision to induct 6 new countries into the bloc. The 6 countries that will join BRICS are Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Argentina, Iraq, Egypt, and Ethiopia. 5 countries except Argentina are oil-producing nations that control 42% of that global oil supply. Therefore, the BRICS expansion has right forward further in the US and the European Union, as the alliance is seen as a threat, is seen, the BRICS alliance is seen as a threat to the Western dominated financial bank. They are the ones speaking, the United States and Europe speaking here. Let's continue to follow that. I'm going to read this whole article because it's very sweet. The BRICS is advancing in its quest for de-dollarization by putting their prospective local currencies towards for global trade. Of course, you know what the United States dollar have been used for. The United States dollar and European dollar or currency have been used to put sanctions on other nations when you say no to them. Because if they put sanctions on you, you cannot trade with any nation because it is the United States dollar or European Union that have been used to trade. So if the BRICS nations are coming together, especially African nations, to join the BRIC, what does that mean? It crippled the United States and Europe. Because that's how the United States and Europe went and killed Gaddafi and destroyed Libya today. Up to today, in fact, another earthquake or flood just hit Libya. Where is the United States to go save Libya? That could not have happened if Libya of Gaddafi was alive. Where is Obama? I have not seen one video of Obama the killer. Obama the murderer. Clinton the killer. Clinton the murderer. Talking about going to Libya to help the Libyan people. When they created this crisis, they created this hardship.
But Gaddafi is no longer there to help his people, to save his people. Where is the American democracy created by Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama, the chaos? The destroyer of Libya, where are they? But they are sitting here today saying the BRICS nation want to de-dollarize their currency. Oh, if they were to kill Gaddafi and destroy Libya, why can't they go? Why can't America go and destroy the BRICS? All because the BRICS has superpower like Russia, the BRICS has superpower like China, the BRICS has superpower like India and other people like Iran. And now the BRICS is also bringing North Korea. Oh, you will now go kill them because these are superpower that have nuclear weapons. But America is strong over a weaker nation because America herself is weak. That's why she always go against weak nation. Because you are weak. America and Europe, you are weak. That's why you always go against weak nations who are trying to provide for their people. Because you are weak. If you are strong, I dare you, go to the BRICS. Why can't you go and bomb those BRICS nations? Why can't you go and bomb them? Because you are weak. Europe, NATO. Why can't you go and bomb the BRICS nation? Because you are weak. Why can't you go and kill the presidents of the BRICS? Because you are weak. Europe, why can't you go and bomb and kill the president of the BRICS? Because you are weak. You have no power. Only weaker people can go against weaker people. Because US is weak. Europe is weak. That's why they only go against poor country and kill their leader. I dare you to go and kill the BRICS leader. I dare you. Go and do it. We want you to do it. And you say you man. And you say you powerful. Go to the BRICS nation. Go and bomb all of them and kill their leaders. Let we see it. You damn weak country. Let's continue here. BRICS expansion, US and the European Union react. Renowned Botikov, I think it's an African name. Botikov. Also, I think it's I don't know. Okay, he's from Germany, so he had that Germany. So the European Union mission, the European Union minister from Germany means no war by saying that BRICS is establishing itself on matter of global importance. He stressed that all differences between the 11 member nations will be ironed out over time and that they will remain united. No, go and bomb them. You say you're strong, go and bomb them. Go and kill them. Huh? You go and bomb Libya. Go and bomb them. You weak. We challenge you. Yes, we are revolutionary. We will make people uncomfortable to do the uncomfortable thing. You say you're strong, you go and kill Gaddafi and bomb Libya. You NATO nation. You say you're strong, you got power. Go and bomb the BRICS nation. Go and kill their presidents. Then we will know you're strong. We will know. We will know you're strong. You weak. We will make you uncomfortable. Go and do it now. That we see it. Now, he warned that China influence will grow across all financial sectors, posing a significant challenge to the European Union. Oh, so they are confessing here that when a nation that they have been exploiting, taking advantage of, when they are rising, that means Euro will go into poverty, Euro will go into captivity. Not that people are going to put them there, but they will put themselves into captivity. That means America will go into poverty and captivity by herself. Let's continue to read. The BRICS Summit has established historic facts. This is Europe and America speaking, not me. That's why they hate China. That's why they want for African to go against China. That's why we have these slaves on the African continent call themselves president, call themselves ECOWAS leader, call themselves AU leader. They are slaves. Because these are the voice of their master. Their master are saying they do not want to see Africa rise. But we have these slaves like Tinubu, slaves like Nana Akufo-Addo, slaves like Macky Sall, the Benin president, the Ivorian president, they are all slaves. Let's continue here. The BRICS Summit has established historic facts. They will significantly increase the international importance of BRICS, even if there are appreciable differences between its members. He said, he added, the characters of BRICS will change with this round of enlightenment. China dominance will increase, and the BRICS will become a clearly authoritarian group. Now, only America and Europe know how to describe people. Now they are saying the BRICS will become an authoritarian group. If the BRICS become an authoritarian group, then what is the US? What is NATO? What is EU? You are worse than this authoritarian that you name here, you describe it here. The good part about the BRICS is they are not going to explore any nation like Europe and America or their NATO nation. The good part about BRICS is they are not going to put sanctions on any nation only because they did not agree to BRICS policy like Europe and America do. The only thing about BRICS is they are not going to explore any nation to get their resources for little or nothing like Europe and America do. The only thing about BRICS is they are not going to call any nation insignificant or shithole like Europe and America do. The only thing about BRICS is they are not going to any nation to be bombing people's country and looting their oil, their resources, their diamond, their uranium like Europe and America do. The only thing about BRICS is they will not go to any nation to infiltrate that democracy of that nation, to interfere into the people's local affair like Europe and America do. The only thing about BRICS is they will not go to any president or to any country and say, it is time for you to go. You have to move like Europe and America do. The only thing about BRICS is they will not go to train people to be removing, to be doing coup d'etat like Europe and America do. The only thing about BRICS is they will not go and create tourists and be supporting tourists that the imperialists do. Then who is the authoritarian here? Who is the most evil one here? Or only you know how to describe. Let's continue here. I'm not the one speaking. We just reacting to what they say. We are giving a reaction. Let's continue here. Under our hands, U.S. White House, another, you see, this is the slave. This slave from Haiti. This is a slave. This slave that said they should go and run over Haiti. When the Haitians said they do not want any foreign interference, but she said they should go and run over Haiti. They should loot the Haitian resources while she's from Haiti because she's a slave that work for her master. She is a horse Negro. She refused to be few Negro. On the other hand, U.S. White House Secretary Karen Jean-Pierre also reacted to the BRICS expansion. Pierre remained cautious and did not go all out against BRICS. I dare her to go against BRICS. Did not go against BRICS expansion like the European Union leader statement. She revealed that the U.S. will not stop other countries from choosing their partner to trade with. No, the U.S. have done it. While the U.S. been putting sanctions on country, the U.S. put sanctions on country because those are countries that did not agree to the selfish and inhumane policy of the United States government. So because this time around, you have no power over those nations. That's why you're saying you have no authority, or you have no saying who nation should ally with or should join, or whether should join BRICS. The reality here is you are a weak nation. We are revolutionary. We will pour you to the fire to go react. That's what we do. We don't care. We want you to react against the BRICS nation. Go and kill that leader how you kill Gaddafi. Because they see matter of the BRICS to have one currency so that they will be able to trade in their local currency when it comes to their resources. That's what Gaddafi wanted to do. When you kill Gaddafi, you destroy Libya. We dare you to go and kill the BRICS president. All the BRICS presidents, go and kill them. We are revolutionary. We will pour you. We will tempt you to go do something. You are weak if you don't do it. Go and kill the BRICS leader. The same way you got in plane, you supported insurgency. They went in Libya, they destroyed Libya and killed Gaddafi. You took the vision of the African continent 100 years back by killing Gaddafi. So we will pour you to the ash to go react. We want you to react, go react. If not, you are weak. You have been defeated. Let's continue. Now, she continued to say, the U.S. will not stop other countries from choosing their partner to trade with China. To trade with. She emphasized that the U.S. is focused on trading with all countries. Since when have the U.S. focused its attention to trade with other countries? Because as we know, as we have come to understand according to history, the U.S. have never ever trade with other countries. And we have video to prove that. The U.S. have never traded with other countries because trade means mutual dialogue, agreement, benefit, mutual benefit, 50-50. But the United States have unable to do that. All the United States do is to exercise her power, her hegemony. If you say no to them, they sanction you. If you say no to them, they remove your government. If you say no to them, they kill your government. If you say no to them, they come and bomb you. That's what the U.S. have done. So this press secretary or her secretary is a blunter liar because she's a slave. She wants to satisfy her slave master. Look what she said here. Look what they slave. They want her secretary slave. They slave. What she said. U.S. will not stop other countries from choosing their partner to trade with. She emphasized the slave now. The slave, in fact, when I say she, the slave emphasized that the U.S. is focused on trading with all countries and will not interfere in their internal affairs. Since when? You see how this is laughable? You see how laughable it is to satisfy her slave master when the U.S. is the father and the mother of interfering into people's election, into people's local affairs, that does not care about the people that live in our country, does not care about the livelihood of the people that live in our country. She don't care as all the resources are coming to her. This slave does not know history. Maybe she knows, but she wants to satisfy her slave master. But what we will tell her, not just generation. Until NATO, they see when NATO went and killed Gaddafi and destroy Libya. Until NATO can go and destroy all the BRICS nations, you are a weak nation. Let's continue. U.S. policy does not ask our partner. Who is their partner? Does the United States have partner? Or the United States have influence over people that they control? If the United States have partner, why did the United States say they should reinstate Bazoum? Why did the United States support France if the United States have partner? The U.S. policy does not ask our partner to choose between the United States and other countries. Oh, I love this article. This is so sweet. These people go to bed after they have said all this rubbish coming from their mouth. Do they really go to bed and sleep sound? Oh, yes, I know they do. Because they have no heart. They have no human heart. They got animal heart. They are animals. Eating animals better. We have reportedly emphasized that the U.S. does not want to limit country. Man, look. Where they took this thing from? Where did they take this thing from? We have repeatedly emphasized that the U.S. does not want to limit countries' partnership with other countries. They were the United States to African nation that did not vote against Russia. The United States went against them. Why the United States said they were not partner with Uganda when Uganda passed anti-LGBT law? Why the United States say they will cut all support away from Uganda? These people are not human beings. You see why I said that they don't have human heart? They don't have human feeling. They just speak. Why did they put sanction on Zimbabwe up to today? Sanction have been on Zimbabwe for over 30 years, almost 40 years. Sanction is still on Zimbabwe because the United States refused to allow Zimbabwe to make decision or take decision on our own. Then how these people lying and say they don't want to interfere with country doing this on their own to stand on their own. Then why, when Niger took a stand, why did the United States and EU or NATO told their slave organization to put sanction on Niger? And today's sanction is on Niger. Only a weak nation can do that. Only a weak nation can put sanction on their friends. When their friends refuse to listen to them, when their friends want to do things in the interest of their citizens, only a weak nation can go and put sanction on them because they are weak, because they do not want to partner, they do not want to dialogue, they do not want to share resources, so they are weak. Only a weak nation. Only a weak nation can exercise unnecessary power over another nation. Only a weak nation can do that. And you are weak. America is weak. It's a weak nation. Europe, the European nation, they are weak nation. NATO, you guys are weak. And you guys got nothing. Without African people, you cannot survive. You are weak. Let me take this out and continue to the next page. Let's continue to the next page. Let's see here. Let's bear our tissue out. Then before we hear African people. So we're showing this so that when you hear African people speaking or reacting, so you can say, oh, African hate America. African hate Europe. How can African hate America when you got African in this country? You don't like this country, go back to where you are coming from. Hey, we are coming for our resources. We are coming to get part of our resources. Just part. Just part. We are not coming to exploit you. We are not coming to enslave you. But we are coming for some of our resources that you loot. You are a looter. You know, like, why are you saying that? Then leave America, then leave Europe, go to Africa. If I go to Africa, you think you'll really survive? If I go to Africa, do you think Europe, you will survive? Do you think America, you will survive if I go to Africa? Let me tell you. That's not a solution to tell African people go to where you're coming from. That would be a solution. Let me tell you right now. Because whenever you tell African people, you tell black people, go back to where you're coming from, you're creating more problem for yourself. That would be the worst mistake or things to come from your mouth, to tell black people, go back to where you're coming from. Because if I go back, what is there? That's what your leader wants in order to sustain you. If I go back, you don't. You don't. Let's continue. So, whether I go back or not, we will leave right here and tell you the truth in your face. So let's see how angry these people are because Africa is waking up. Let's see how angry these people are because Africa is telling them, you know what? We don't need your help no more. Africa said they don't need aid from you. Then you get angry. Keep your aid. You see? We won't be the one to give you aid. Now Africa want to give you aid. So Africa is telling you, no, you know what? America, Europe, France, Great Britain, Germany, keep your aid. We don't need your aid. You have nothing. America got nothing. Europe got nothing. You live on exploitation. You live on looting. See what I'm doing now, okay? Now, this is why I said African leaders that are going against the liberation of Africa, they are all slaves that want to save their slave master. Military junta accuses France of preparing invasion of Niger. Let's see this here. By the way, this article came out September 12, 2023. Now, a month and a half after a coup tap, the French-backed regime, Bazou, the regime America said is democratic. Quasi-democratic. It's not democracy, it's democracy. Democracy. In fact, let me read this. A month and a half after a coup tap, the French-backed regime of President Mohamed Bazoum in Niger, tension are mounting between Paris and a junta. In fact, I'm not going to call it junta. Between Paris and the Nigerian authority, the Nigerian government. It is a government. It is a revolutionary government. It is not a junta because it was a revolutionary move. So it is a revolutionary government. America or Europe, whatsoever you want to call it, you can call it. But we call it revolutionary government. It is a government because it is working for the people. It is a government for the people, of the people, and by the people, and for the people. So it is not a junta. Let's continue here. We will educate you, America and Europe. In fact, let me go a little bit down. Now, on Saturday, spokesman for the military junta, spokesman for the Niger authority, spokesman for the Nigerian government. That's how you're supposed to. In fact, let me warn you, America. Let me warn you, Europe. The next time you write anything about Niger and you put junta, will sue you. We warn you, America and Europe. The next time you write anything about Niger and you put military junta, you will have her to contend with. The next time you should put the Nigerian authority, the Nigerian government. Listen and listen clear. On Saturday, the spokesman for the Nigerian government, Colonial Major Amadou Abrahaman, accused France of deploying troops and military equipment to the West African countries of Benin, Ivory Coast. These are all slave nations with slave leaders. Benin, Ivory Coast, and Senegal, and even Ghana. They did not put Ghana here, but Ghana as well, Nana Akufo-Addo. Benin, Ivory Coast, and Senegal, and to prepare to invade Niger. He said, French country to deploy its forces. Sorry, France continue to deploy its forces in Sarah's West African nation, ECOWAS, Economic Community of West African States. Countries are part of preparation for an aggression against Niger, which it is considering a collaboration with this organization. He added that the two A400M type military transport aircraft and a Drone 328 were deployed as reinforcement in Cote d'Ivoire. So I will stop here. So we are seeing it now. Okay? What they are doing. Let me take this out. So, instead of fighting for African freedom, African liberation, we have these countries with slave mentality because they have slave leader. They have puppet leader. They have yes, sir, obedient to their master, who are hosting French military to go against Niger, to go against African nation that will stand up to the West. This is why we as African, ECOWAS is not our organization. Those African leaders that are hailing ECOWAS, they are not our leader. Those African leaders that are hailing AU, they are not our leader. They are leader for Europe and they are leader for America. They are leader for the West. They are leader for NATO, not for Africa. And henceforth, we will have no regard for them. And we will disrespect them anytime we wish. And we'll remove them from power. They shouldn't dare us. Let's continue here. Now, why? The question then becomes is, why is America, why is Europe, why are they so desperate? Why are they not going to fight China? Why are they, they want reason, let them go to China. Let them go to other nations. But why are they so desperate on the African continent? Continent that you said the poor, the continent is poor, continent is dying, continent live on American taxes, continent live on European taxes. But that the continent are saying, hell no, we don't want American taxes. Americans are human beings. America got human beings. America got citizens. So let them use their taxes on their citizens. Europe got citizens. Let them use their taxes on their citizens. We don't want it again. We're fine. So why are they angry? Why is America jacking? Why is Europe so frightening? America frightening? Because of this one Africa. They say Africa, you demon now, you denigrate. Why is Africa so important now? America. What is wrong with you? America. Europe. All right, let's see what's wrong with these people. Oh man, life is good. The thing they call karma. Karma is good. Let's see. We are not the one creating a problem. We are not the one saying it. We are not the one creating a poverty in America or in Europe. But let's see. We are not the one saying it, but let's see. When we are reacting to something, that doesn't mean we are in favor of it. We are just reacting because we want to react. Because you create your own problem. Oh man. This is good. When somebody is experiencing poverty, it's good for them to experience poverty. Now, what I'm about to show you is we're going to Europe, right? And see what is happening in Europe. Europe is like a ghost town as we speak right now. Europe is like a ghost town. Europe is like a third world country. Oh man, my brothers and sisters in Europe. I'm not laughing because I want to laugh. You know, when you bully someone to the extent when they wake up, they have no regard for you. And that is the stage of Africa right now. We have no regard. Because you will live the sin of your forefather. You will live it. And the worst thing about it, you don't even recognize the sin of your forefather. You continue to live the legacy of the sin of your forefather, which also making you sin, a sinner.
Streets illuminate the lights. On dark pre-dawn streets illuminate the lights of those whose lives depend on hard work.
How many days a week are you doing this?
5.
5 days a week?
Yeah.
Early, every time this time of morning, early starts.
Yeah, no, I've been here since about 4:20.
Liz Wright is 65 years old. She has known tough times before.
You always worked?
Yeah, I need to bring money in.
But nothing quite like this, where her bills are too big to bear, her wage as a cleaner barely buying the basics.
Toilet rolls once a month. The next month it'll be the soap powder, and the next month it'll be the coffee, where once upon a time you just went out and bought.
On good weeks, Liz gets the bus into work. On bad weeks, she has to walk, unable to afford the daily £4 fare.
Now you're cutting your cloth again, aren't you? To make sure you've got what you need and not what you want.
Today, she has the money, but the good weeks occur less often now. We meet Liz after her shift. The big worry, keeping her awake at night, is her new energy bill, which has just doubled.
You go in your account and it's £253 the one of a month.
Can you afford that?
Where am I going? I can't know. I've never been in debt I've never had any worries with me. Any bill.
Are you worried about any of this?
Yeah, really worried. Yeah.
Oh my God, she's worried. Oh my God, the kind of white woman. Oh my God, she's worried. I'm crying for you. This is what your leaders have done to the African continent and to Black nation. Do you know that we live on $1 a day? A whole family live on $1 a day because your leaders exploit us, because your leaders take advantage of us, because your leaders loot our resources, they kill all, they create proxy war. We live on $1 a day. Family live on $1 a day. And yet you come out, you call us poverty, stinking, freaking continent.
I don't want to burden My family. My daughter comes once a fortnight for something.
Oh, she's crying. She's crying. Oh, so you know how to get tear. You see? In African nations, in Black nations, we don't cry. We don't cry. We sit and wait for the time to come. And the time has come. So don't cry. You go and sit and wait. Your time will come.
To eat, and she has to bring the food.
What change have you already made to try and cut back?
I've changed everything. I don't use my cooker very often. I don't have a toaster because I always use my so it's a luxury to have a piece of toast.
Really?
Really. Is it food banks next? Will I be able to keep the house?
Did you ever think you'd be in that position?
No, never. Never in this position. And I'm going to have to explain I've got no money and I can't live.
We'll give you a second.
Thanks.
This is the Meadowell estate in North Shields. We've spent time here meeting people who've lived here all their lives and some whose lives are just beginning. Fauna was born 8 weeks ago, cradled by doting dad Joseph, his first child.
I know.
He and his girlfriend knew money would be tight, but just as their daughter arrived, a chronic pain condition forced Joseph to give up his job.
How tight has the money situation been for you guys?
It's been pretty hard. You run out of money to try and get the formulas and stuff like that you need, especially when you're on universal credit.
But that's not all. They moved into this flat 4 weeks ago to find the gas supply switched off the previous 10.
Gas supply cut off. Let me say this. We are not happy of what you are experiencing. Okay? I will make this clear. Because we are human beings. We don't have dirty heart like your leaders. We don't have dirty heart like your government. We don't have dirty heart like your forefather. We are not happy. But what we are saying here is, you're going to lay the sin of your forefather. You are now suffering for electricity. But do you know how many decades upon decades we live in Africa without electricity? We that have the resources, because your leader exploit us and they create proxy war and they call a poverty-stricken continent and they call all kind of names just for you to live better life. And on their media, they come out with propaganda news against African people. When you are experiencing what we live, you just live it for a few days, for a few months. This is something that we live for generation upon generation. We don't even know what they call electricity. We don't even know what they call AC. Because you loot our resources and you live comfortable life. And now what we are saying, America is not fair to us. America is a bad partner. When we are saying Europe is not fair to us, the European nations are bad partner to us. Now what we are saying, we will take our resources. Oh, then you cry. Since the 1600, we start crying. You know how many decades, you know how many centuries? Since 1600, we started crying. And you add insult to injury, 1884, Brother Conference, you may all cry more. And then you stop there, the 1960, you may all cry more. You start killing our leaders. We are not happy for your condition. We are only telling you our condition. We are only telling you we have the resources. We are only telling you you've been living a comfortable life to insult Africans because of your leaders. Let's continue here. Now you need electricity. We African people will say no. How can we give electricity to Europe and America or for them to live better life when Africans in Africa do not have electricity? We should be the one giving you aid. I mean, America or Europe gave us aid because they have surplus, because they said they have surplus, right? So if we are supplying you with electricity or gas or pipeline, why not African people get surplus? Then we decide, you know what? It's too much. Let's get some aid to Europe and to America. Oh, so only African people know how to receive aid. Europe cannot receive aid. Oh, so receiving aid is an insult, right? Oh, okay. So America receiving aid is an insult, because one who receives aid from a nation, that nation will control you. Oh, so that's how you have been controlling us, right? That's how we say we are not an aid poverty sticking continent. Take it, and we will take our resources. Let's see who depend on who need who. Now take your aid. Now let's see what your aid can do. Now that's what we say. Take your aid and carry to Europe and support your European. The people that are crying, they say they are suffering from food, they are suffering for electricity, they are suffering from this. Take your aid and solve their problem. We don't need it. And you get angry. You just live life for 1 or 2 months and you cry. We have lived it since the 1600s. Since the 1600s, we have lived this life. Why are you crying? Sorry, oh. Hey, Charlie, we better go. Sorry, Sorry, oh, sorry, Let's continue.
Tenant had stopped paying their bills.
That's just freezing.
Yeah, no gas means no hot water, no heating.
The supplier won't turn it back on. New suppliers aren't taking on new customers, and this family are enduring the consequences.
We have to keep her wrapped up with her thick blanket just to try and keep her from not having a face cold and stuff. It just gets to a point where you don't know what to do anymore.
All they have is this electric heater donated by family.
This little thing here.
Yeah, we have to put it in whichever room that the baby's in just to keep her warm.
And this, I take it, isn't cheap.
Not that.
But it's also, I mean, what can that do for an entire flat?
And then there's the lack of any hot water.
Ice cold.
So what are you doing with the baby, to bathe the baby?
And we have to go up to...
All right, folks, because of time, I'm going to take this video out. But now you see, right? No gas, no electricity to get you warm water. Oh, so now when you get in a shower, right? You take a shower with warm water. Now you wonder, do you ever wonder where those looted resources come from? Do you ever wonder that there is another continent, there is another country somewhere, those citizens are not inheriting it, are not benefiting from it? The same country, the same continent you call terror, Paul. Oh, now you are experiencing terror because that is what exactly they experience. You get under the shower, you take shower, right? The water is warm. Oh, you feel so good. But somebody somewhere is being exploited. Their gas. Before they take shower hot water, they have to go put charcoal together and light it and put water on the fire to heat it up before they put it in a bucket to take it to the bathroom, to take shower. If they want to take shower with warm water and do like this, and do like this, and do like this, and do like this. But you, Charlie, you either go under the shower, you just do like this, oh. You just come and just pour on you. Water the pool, and it make hot. When you there, you just shook your head. Water so good, It be your government. But we'll take this out. It's a long video. Maybe I can even post a link. Man. Oh, good. Let me post a link so we can get to the next part because we're running out of time. I will post the link. So let me read what it said. They said, problem created now will last generation. The problem white people created, the colonizer, the imperialists created, since 1600, since 1884, it lasted for generation. Because the generation of the people that created, it came and lived and continued to exploit us up to today. That's why we still fighting white people on the African continent. So you see, the problem your forefather created that you yourself came and formed part of it. It's a problem created now will last generation. Cause of living crisis affect whole community. What in be that? What in be our concern? The problem you created generation on the African continent is affecting us. And that is why today we have revolution. When you hear revolutionary, it's because of you. If not, African people won't be here talking about revolution. If I won't be here talking about this, I'll be wasting my time. If I'll be somewhere else living a better life. Charlie, we sorry, oh. But as for these, oh, we are nothing to do, oh. We they take our resources. We they move on with our resources, oh. And all we can do, though. Hey, Charlie, we better go. We sorry. Europe, a third country. Europe, a third continent. Europe, England, a third country. We were so open immigration in Africa too. So we will humiliate you before you come to Africa. We will make you butt naked and check all in your eyes and put the torchlight and look all the eye. You have crow, you have this crow, do you have sicknesses? We'll do the same thing to you people. Oh, let me see. I don't know if I even posted the link. Did I post it? Let me see. I don't think. Oh, I said I'm going to post the link. Anyway, I will after the live, I'll go to my email and still get it and post the link. I know it. So I will still post the link. I will still post the link. Remind me. Before we leave, I will post it. So let's get to the next one. So now, let's see why the European leaders are begging Africa. Now, you have seen some, right? So now, see the reason European leaders are begging Africa. You have seen it. So they are begging Africa. Oh, we want to partner with Africa. It's Jimmy Papa. It's a craze. Want to partner with Africa when you have killed Africans over and over and over and killed their leaders. You want to partner with Africa, you went and killed Gaddafi. And you say you want to partner with Africa. It's a craze. We are not looking for no partner. We are not. Africans are their own partner. Period. All right. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Oh, I will try to get it somewhere. If I don't get, okay, let me see this.
United States Victoria Newland visited.
This is not what I want. So I'm going to take this out. This is not what I want for now. Let me see this here. Okay.
is looking poised to crash.
All right, this is not what I want. Come in, folks. Let me try the last one. Okay. It should be this. All right, let me see this.
Where we're currently seeing that.
That's not what I want. Okay.
Or think about the Sahel region, one of the poorest, yes, yet fastest growing demographically. The succession of military coups will make the region more unstable for years ahead. Russia is both influencing and benefiting from the crisis, and the region has become fertile ground to the rise of terrorism. This is of direct concern for Europe, for our security and our prosperity. So we need to show the same.
Now, a direct concern for Europe, for Africa to rise. A direct concern for Europe, for Africans to refuse America and Europe to exploit them. A direct concern for Europe and America, for China and Russia to work with Africa to empower Africans. A direct concern. Because Europe will experience poverty, as we have already seen it. A direct concern.
Unity of purpose towards Africa, as we have shown towards Ukraine. This is a must. We need to focus on cooperation with legitimate.
So it is now that they want to show humanity. They want to show cooperation to Africa like they have done to Ukraine. Now you see it. Oh, so you are waking up. But you are the one creating proxy war on the African continent. Why didn't you support Africans? When Gaddafi said he wanted Africans to take control of their own resources, he wanted Africans to have one currency so that they can trade with their resources. Why didn't you support Gaddafi? But you went and killed Gaddafi, right? So you want to lie to us, to come and lie to us. Then after we believe you, then you come again and kill us. No, we will not believe you because you are a liar. Europe is a liar. The NATO nation, they are liar. They are thief. They are looter. We will not trust you people. You people are liar. You lied to us during the 1600 when we welcome you on the African continent. You lied to us. You said, oh, we are good people. We will take your citizens to the other part of the world. We will live better life there. You lied to us, but you enslaved them. You hunted them. You hunted us. Then after that, we fought for freedom. It did not end. When you did not need our services as a slave, then you said, okay, now it's time to go on the African continent. Then you came there again with your Christianity, and we thought you came for better life at this time after you lied to us in slavery. Then you came back again with your Bible, with your fake Bible, your fake white Jesus, your fake religion. The same white Jesus you use to transport us to Europe and America. You call yourself Jesus. Then you came back. After when you came in the 1600, you did not bring it in a book, but you bring it as a ship. You said it is this Jesus that will ship you across the Atlantic Ocean to the new world. But after the 1600, when you did not need slave, now you left the boat. You left the Jesus boat. You came with a Bible now. This time around, you put your white Jesus in a book. The white Jesus was no longer a book, but you put white Jesus in a book. And you came. You lied to us. We accepted you again. You stole our land. You torture and kill us. Before we look, you overthrew us. We had no power. Then we start fighting for new independence again. It did not end there. Then you came back and said, oh no, you know what? African leaders don't know how to lead. We are bringing democracy. You came again. They see lies. You came again with democracy. Oh no, your leadership is not good. It's this, it's that. After you do all kind of things. Oh, our leadership, the Western leadership is good. Up to now, say you introduce a democracy, Africa have no democracy. And that's how you got hold of us. You infiltrated all that, you control us, you start killing our leader. You start planting leaders. It did not end there. Then you came back, you said, you know what? We have a global village. So, you know what? You can come and bang your money. Do not bang your money here in Africa. Come and bang it into Europe and America. And our stupid leader, they came, they start banking your money. You say, y'all work together. They start banking their money there. So when they say no to your policy, then you tell them your money is in our bank. We control your money. And that's how you have looted African money. You see? So we don't trust you. We got evidence upon evidence as reason why we don't trust you. You came with your army again. You say, you know what? It's a global village. Like we have our army here so that our army can train your army so that we all can fight together and fight the terrorists. Not knowing you are the one producing the terrorists. Not knowing you are the one supplying the terrorists. Not knowing your how to call it, your military can never die for African people. Not knowing you are the terrorist. You see? So we can't trust you. And we will never trust you. And we don't even need you as partner. Go! Europe, go! America, go! Maybe in the future when we're ready. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe when we're ready, then we'll call you and say, come. But we won't be the one to give you aid now. We can give you aid too. What be your problem?
Legitimate governments and regional organizations. We need to develop a mutually beneficial partnership which focuses on common issues for Europe and Africa. And this is why, together with HRVP Borrell, we will work on a new strategic approach to take forward at the next EU-AU summit. Honourable members, history is on the move. Russia is waging a full-scale war against the founding principles of the UN Charter.
Or bring.
So you see another president of Europe. So it is Europe that's supposed to tell us whether Russia is waging war on African people. Who have been waging war on African people? Europe and America have been waging war on African people. Who have been creating sanctions? Europe and America have been creating sanctions. Russia have never created sanctions on African people. China have never created sanctions on African people. Who have been planting government in Africa? Europe and America. Who said I should reinstall Bazoo? When African people said they don't want Bazoo, Europe and America. Who have been infiltrating African government? Europe and America. Who have been training terrorists? Who have been training people to go overthrow African leaders to kill them? Those leaders don't agree to American or Europe foreign policy. Europe and America. So who is the enemy here? Russia is not our enemy. African people know their enemy. Do not identify the enemy of African people. You are the enemy. You speaking down there, you are the enemy. not Russia. We know our enemy and we know our friends. Who have been looting African resources? Europe and America. So how can you come and say Russia is benefiting from looting African people resources because Russia, since when Russia won the African, as far as we are concerned, who gave aircraft to Mali? Russia, to fight the terrorists. When France was there, France ever gave aircraft or military equipment to Mali to fight terrorists? No. Who gave it helping hand to Burkina Faso to fight the jihadi or the terrorists created by the West? Russia. Who gave him military support to Niger? After France, the UK, the United States says they should put sanctions. In fact, how can you say Russia is benefiting when you ask your AU and ECO to put sanctions on Niger? Another useless summit you're about to have next year to say when AU and EU have adequated their summit. It is not a summit for Africa, and we will not condone it. It is a summit for Europe and America. As far as we are concerned, AU is an organization for Europe and America. It's not an organization for Africa. And we don't respect AU. We don't respect ECOWAS. We spit on them. Let's continue. Now we understand why you are backing. And no matter how Europe or America speak, we were not listening. African were not listening. You can even tell us, oh, China about to colonize you. So you have done the West against African people. If there is anyone to talk about colonization, not Europe and America. If there is anyone to talk about exploiting African, not Europe and America. If there is anyone to talk about taking advantage of Africans, not Europe and America. If there is anyone to talk about the safety of Africans, not Europe and America. If there is anyone to talk about how they love African and want to partner with African, not Europe and America. Because you've been on the African continent for so long, you are the first people we invited. And your records are there, what you have done. And you got the audacity to come and stand. We are fighting for Africa. Russia is coming to exploit Africa, to do this, you the craze. As a matter of fact, let's see what one of the same Europeans said against their leader about the stand Africans are taking. Let's watch this and see.
Breaking news! Breaking news! News that is breaking.
Absolutely. Let's join BRICS. I'm in the UK. I want my country to join the BRICS alliance. I really do. Or at least ask nicely if we can be a part of it. I mean, what would you rather do? Would you rather be, under the boot of America and doing whatever they want and going around the world assassinating any leaders that stand up to us because we're stealing all their wealth? Would you rather carry on doing all that? Or would you rather our country ask politely to join an alliance that wants to deal with each other in a mutually beneficial way where they respect each other's sovereignty and boundaries and culture? Would you rather join us asked to join that, or carry on under the boot of America, doing whatever America wants, and then invading any country that America wants to invade because they want to steal their resources? Let me know in the comments below.
Are you a professional looking to immigrate legally to the United States? Today we're going to talk
inevitable ends that's coming for them. That's basically all that's happening.
When this collapse comes, and it's going to come, we in the UK are going to need to have some serious reflection on mistakes that have been made, and especially our foreign policy in history. And we're going to have to rely on these nations that we've been stealing from for years to deal with us, because we need them. We're not like Russia. We're not self-sufficient. Russia has its own oil, its own food, it doesn't have to import anything. It can survive without the world. We, a tiny little island, do not have that luxury. We need to import. That's why we've stolen so much in the history. So what happens, do you think, in the next decade as African countries are rising and getting more powerful, and the Western countries that had them under their heel for so long, like the UK where I live, are on the way down and their economies are collapsing? What help do you think we're going to get from those countries that are becoming more powerful? How do you think that the Africans are going to look towards the English with regards to trade deals and buying their uranium off them if we need to? They're not going to look too kindly, are they? Especially if there's absolutely no apologies whatsoever. And as far as I can tell, this country doesn't apologize for jack.
And we don't even need people's apology anymore. The time we even wanted the apology have passed. Right now, we don't know what you want to use an apology to. And we know that if people even come out and apologize now, you are not even apologizing because you genuinely feel sorry for the things that you have done to us. We know that if you guys come out and apologize now, you are only doing so not because you feel bad for what you did to us, but because you feel bad for how things are changing for you, how the tides are changing for you. Because if you feel sorry for what you've done, you would have long apologized. Not be today, we're not going to talk about apology for 2023. You for don't apologize since.
And the reason it doesn't apologise is because if it apologised for the stuff that it's done, it'd have to start giving back all of the stuff that it's stolen. I've spent hours inside the British Museum. That place is an absolute, it's a treasure trove. It's incredible. And it's nearly all nicked. And we're going to have to, in the UK, in the West, really start looking at our place in the world and really start looking as to whether we really do value the things that we say we do. I saw somebody earlier saying, you know, this is what the West do. They just play pretend. It's no wonder the West now accept a man being a woman if he just identifies as one, because we in the UK have been identifying as a nation that is on the side of law and order, a nation that values free speech as it's censoring everybody, a nation that values freedom of the press and is a shining light and a beacon for freedom of the press throughout the world, whilst it's literally torturing the best journalists the world has ever seen in its capital. We say we are these things. Our government says them all the time. The diplomats are like that. But it's just all hot air. Nothing we do as a country backs up what these people are saying the country is. Nothing. I love my country, and that's what I want my country to turn into, to be. I think it's the most patriotic thing a person can do. But when I talk about these things, people call me a Putin puppet. They've been propagandized to such a degree. They don't know their allies when they meet them. And we've got some serious, serious apologizing to do in this country to all of these nations that we have stolen from, to all of these nations whose leaders we've helped assassinate and overthrow, all of these coups that we've done around the world in countries just because we didn't like what they did. So we killed them and we overthrew them and we put in a dictator who created a secret service and was just brutal to the people in that country. We didn't care as long as we carried on getting the oil. We're meant to be a country that cares about these things. It cares about truth and honesty and justice. This country prides itself on the UK justice system. Well, there's no greater injustice in this world right now than the imprisonment of Julian Assange, and we're the ones doing it in the UK. And to all those people in Africa, rise up. I'm in the West and I'm fighting for you. And I tell you, we really are the people in the country, the people in the UK, the people in this chat in the UK who know the truth. We're on your side. We want our country to be the things that it says it is, and it's clearly not. And I really do wish to see the rise of Africa in my lifetime. I would love to see it. And we're seeing at the moment the rise of Russia and China. I'd love Africa to go with that as well. But this is not good for the West, especially if we carry on the way we are, acting as if everything we've done has been noble and pure. And that's just not the truth, is it?
Well, as you lay your bed, so you lie on it. The West spends hundreds of thousands of years laying this particular bed. They better get ready to lie on it. We could have lived in a world where all of this could have been avoided. We could have lived in a world where everyone equally benefits from what the universe has blessed us all with, right? But one group of people decided that they wanted it all for themselves, and then that everyone else should starve and live under the sky with no roof over their head, with no food in their bellies, with nothing to their name, because they were the superior ones who, deserved everything good in life, and every other person could literally go to hell, right? And they didn't care. They did not care that they were living on the backs of other people. They did not care that they were stepping on the heads of people as they climbed to success and wealth and glory and world power title and all of those stuff that they have going for them. They didn't care what's happened to every other group of people. So like I said, they laid this bed because nothing lasts forever. What goes around comes around. If the issue you are getting for yourself, you are not getting purely, you are not getting morally uprightly, it's eventually going to crumble. You cannot build on the backs.
So this is what ECWA and AU are fighting for against African for their slave master. So this is why we have these slaves, some of these slaves called African leaders. This is what they are fighting for, to save their slave master, while their people continue to die in abject poverty, while their slave master continue to tell African they are poor, they are impoverished, they are third world continent, they are third world country, they need aid, they need help. We can be Jesus too. So we can come and out of Jesus too and give help and give aid to people too. So this is what ECWA and AU are fighting for their slave master, in order for Africa to continue to be in abject poverty. So some of these African leaders love it that when Europe and America are telling Africa you are third world. Some of these African leaders love it when Europe and America are insulting Africans. Some of these African leaders love it when Africans are dying on the Mediterranean Sea, fighting to go to Europe, while the European media put them on news and say, look at these poor people. Look at these people running away from their continent. Why you can't stay in your continent? Why you can't stay in your nation? Why are you running, coming to us? Some of these African leaders love it. They love it. And these African leaders that love it, they are the one behind ECWA and AU to put sanctions on their own continent, on their own nations. These slaves Nana Akufo-Addo is a slave. Tinubu from Nigeria is a slave. Macky Sall from Senegal is a slave. Benin in Africa, their president are slave for accepting the French army to come and sit down in their perspective country, in their perspective colonial country, they call country, in their perspective colonial ballers. They are slave. Because these foreign army are coming to those prospective colonial nation, colonial ballers to set a real group themselves, to be supporting the terrorists because they are still in Africa. They will support the terrorists to go against countries that stand against their way. So that's what made these African leaders slaves.
Russia's long-term reliance on Russian gas begins to manifest itself. That's according to a new study conducted by the Cato Institute.
Only a portion of Russian energy can be replaced in any reasonable time frame, and even then, it would be at great cost to economic well-being. US LNG exports could help, but cannot replace Russian supply and likely will result in higher prices across the board for Americans. The damage to the global economy, already significant, will be more so over the medium term.
Well, according to the report, rising gas prices could slam the global economy. We're talking inflation and a drop in living standards. Increased natural gas exports from the U.S. to Europe have already pushed up costs of energy and services. We discussed the issue with our panel of guests.
According to a recent Cato Institute report, the European economy's model, particularly the German model, may collapse shortly. And with overall living standards falling, what, in your opinion, are the causes of this, and can things expect to get worse?
Well, I think the answer is quite clearly yes. If we look at Germany's recent export success, which in fact fueled the country's relatively modest growth 10 years ago, it rested on two main pillars. First, there was Germany's phenomenal success in exports to new rapidly growing markets, in particular China. So that's one aspect. And the other was the secure supply of cheap, reliable, and high quality energy, in particular from Russia. Now, that second pillar has collapsed overnight after the outbreak of the Ukrainian conflict. It has collapsed as a result of Germany's decision to cut herself off, and then as a result of the sabotage on the Nord Stream pipeline.
Is this going to be enough? Will it help Europe through the winter? And at what cost, really, to Europeans or the rest of the world will it be when we switch energy sources from cheap Russian gas to a more expensive LNG from the United States?
Definitely, it's going to be very expensive, regardless of the coming of the United States. Because here we are talking about energy security here. And energy security is generally tied to economic security. As we speak right now in Europe, when you look at it and you analyze it critically, you can see that strategic industrial sectors are suffering, strategic domestic sectors are suffering, and strategic commercial sectors are suffering because of high energy costs.
The war that the United States is waging against its allies in Europe, Germany above all. It is interesting also that not all European countries, not all NATO and EU countries are thinking alike, because recently in his interview to Tucker Carlson, Viktor Orban, Hungarian Prime Minister, explicitly said that if something similar happens to South Stream pipeline, Hungary and its ally Serbia will consider this as an act of war declaration.
I think that has had dramatic impacts within Germany. Living standards have suffered. Electricity and general energy prices for households have risen exponentially. So German exports have been down and German imports have been up. And for the first time in decades, Germany's trade balance last year was actually negative. I think that's a brief summary. The impact, the cutoff from Russian gas has already had in Germany, and I think it's unlikely to get any better.
France is also suffering great problems, and not only because it cannot get the completely free uranium from its colonies in the neo-colonial system that they have established in Africa. Now that Niger is liberated from the French influence, they actually have to pay for the uranium. But there's another aspect to this, and that is that 45% of uranium comes from, for French nuclear plants, comes from Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, and it goes through Russia. And also some of it has to get enriched in Russia.
When you try to look at strategic industrial sectors and commercial sectors, in fact, all the sectors, and you look at it critically, you will notice that operating cost is very high now, and it's affecting the extent to which many of them can break even. So, I mean, we are just talking about energy security. At the end of the day, one side is going to suffer. And in this context, I think Europe is going to be on the losing side.
All right, folks.
So again, that's just another video to show why AU and ECOWAS are fighting for. So we've already seen, the downfall of Europe, the downfall of the West. Even with America, they don't have enough resources. It's going to go. It's going to finish. All right? It's going to finish. So, I mean, because of time, let me just show one video and we'll be gone. So let's see one here. We can't talk about all because of time. But we already know, what happened because we took long time on the first discussion. So let's just see one here. And then we will go. I mean, I didn't play all because it's very long, so I'm not going to play all, but I will just let it play. All right. So I will just let it play. So if anybody wants to stay there to watch, you can watch, but I will let it play. But it is a video explaining, okay, from Jeffrey. All right. He's an economist. So he's explaining what America have done. And that's why catching up to America. That's American. I'm not the one saying it. He's explaining what Europe have done against Africans. That's why catching up to them. So whatsoever they're experiencing today, it is because of the seed, the soul. He's the one speaking, not me. So now watch it.
Good to hear some wisdom coming from Europe, because unfortunately the dominant discourse in Europe is like the dominant discourse in the United States these days, which is war all the time. And I've always counted on Europe to be smarter than the US on these matters because the US makes so many of these awful, unnecessary wars. And I've been surprised and very, very alarmed and disappointed by the European leaders falling into line with the US military-industrial complex. And Claire, thank you. It's just so so good to hear your wonderful remarks. It's gotten very bad in Europe, as it has in the United States. Very hard to reach the mainstream because the media, the corporate media, have completely blocked out any honest accounting of how we got into the Ukraine war and what's happening and why it's a disaster. So it's very hard to even share basic facts right now. I know I was pretty frequently on just normal mainstream TV, but not these days, not in the last couple of years, because nobody wants to hear. And I begged the New York Times even for one editorial to tell the truth about this war, and I kind of badgered them into accepting something, and they accepted it, they edited it, they were getting ready to print it.
The people who really rule you, most of them are faceless bureaucrats.
And then they said, oh, I'm so sorry, Professor Sachs, we're not going to run it after all. So the fact of the matter is the corporate mainstream media is just completely saturated with the US government propaganda. So with that backdrop, here we are sharing some truth and sharing some thoughts together. I go back more than 30 years in Russia, Ukraine, US, European issues, because more than 30 years ago, I was trying to help President Gorbachev, and then trying to help President Yeltsin, and then trying to help President Kuchma, the first president of independent Ukraine, to overcome all of the huge difficulties that attended the collapse of the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union collapsed because it was a miserable system. It didn't work. And Gorbachev knew it, and he wanted a normal society with normal relations with the US, and he wanted a common European home, and I loved the man for it. And when he asked me to be on his advisory team, of course, I said yes. And I learned that the United States could not take yes for an answer. It could not accept the idea of just a normal, cooperative relationship with a reformed Soviet Union or with an independent Russia. The US wanted unipolarity. The US wanted dominance. The US wants its way on everything. It's crazy. We're 4.2% of the world. We don't and can't and shouldn't aspire to run the world. We should aspire to cooperate. Well, I saw firsthand in a very painful few years that the US doesn't like cooperation. First, it was the Bush Senior administration. Well, that was Cheney and Wolfowitz and Rumsfeld, the neocons of the day. And they basically didn't want to lift one finger to help the transformation of Russia into a new independent state that was peacefully integrated with its neighbors. Of course, they told lies. Gorbachev unilaterally said that he would disband the Soviet military alliance, the Warsaw Pact. And James Baker III, our Secretary of State at the time, And Hans-Dietrich Genscher, the foreign minister of Germany, ran to Gorbachev, if you do this, we will absolutely not take advantage of the Soviet Union. We will absolutely not move NATO into where the Warsaw Pact is right now. We will not move NATO 1 inch eastward. And there's a massive, wonderful archive of material with this promise repeated many times to Gorbachev by the Germans, by the US, by the Secretary General of NATO himself to a visiting Russian delegation. Well, turned out all to be lies, because as soon as the Soviet Union dissolved at the end of 1991, the neocons started planning the expansion of NATO, because they couldn't take yes for an answer that we should just have peace and cooperation. They needed the expansion. And who championed the expansion? Of course, the military-industrial complex led the lobbying. And it's not even subtle. The Raytheon top lobbyist was the head of the committee for the expansion of NATO. Well, duh. This was money. We can sell weapons. We can expand our military bases. We can expand our military budget. And of course, these neocons had the idea that they would make several wars of choice. They actually decided that already in the 1990s, that there would be several wars of choice, because there was no one to oppose it. So the US could depose all of the governments that were still aligned with Russia. That means the Syrian government, the Libyan government, Saddam Hussein, and so forth. And they would find whatever excuse, whatever lies, whatever alleged provocations to launch wars of choice. And of course, we know that this happened. But the real origin of the Ukraine war was this relentless NATO march eastward, despite the core promises that were made and the core common sense, by the way, not just the promises. Why provoke Russia? And when Clinton actually started the machinery of NATO enlargement, his own Secretary of Defense, William Perry, thought about resigning in protest because he thought it was such a terrible idea that this would just lead to a new Cold War, just at the time that relations were being normalized. And our top diplomats knew this. They understood this. Jack Matlock, the US ambassador to the Soviet Union, said, don't expand NATO. You said no, and it's only going to provoke. Excuse me. Oh, God, I get choked up over this. George Kennan, our top historian diplomat, the person who invented containment, that concept of the 1940s, he never wanted to be militarized in this way. And he absolutely said, this is the biggest mistake imaginable to start expanding NATO. Well, I watched a lot of this pretty close up. Clinton, kind of as usual, not thinking very much, very short-term thinking, started the NATO expansion in the 1990s. That was to Poland, Hungary, Czech Republic. The Russians were very unhappy, but it wasn't a big crisis. It wasn't on their border. Then Bush Jr. comes in, all the wars of choice. And not to mention, by the way, in 1999, Clinton bombs, and not Clinton only, NATO bombs Belgrade for 6 straight weeks. Not exactly to Russia's liking, absolutely horrible. And that worsened the relations further. Then in 2002, the neocons under Bush Jr. called for the unilateral US withdrawal from the anti-ballistic missile treaty. Unbelievable. The Russians said, stop, don't do this. This puts us in a threat. This destabilizes the nuclear deterrence, which is our basis for just peacefully being able to trust each other and keeping on a path of denuclearization. Well, the US unilaterally withdraws and starts planning for placing missiles near Russia. And the Aegis missiles go into Poland and Romania within the next decade. Well, the Russians are really getting pretty upset about this. And then George W. expands NATO to 7 more countries in 2007.
Behind the scenes, Undercover Billionaire. Hey, you guys, you saw me on Undercover Billionaire. They stripped me of my name, took
The 3 Baltic states, Romania, Bulgaria, Slovakia, and Slovenia. And Putin goes to the Munich Security Summit in 2007 and says, come on, stop. You promised not 1 inch eastward, and now it's 10 countries you've expanded to. So the US, in its infinite wisdom as usual, what does it do? The next year, George W. Bush Jr., with, by the way, our US ambassador to NATO, Victoria Nuland. I hope that name rings a bell. She's currently our Deputy Secretary of State. They call for NATO to enlarge further. And where? To the 2,000-kilometer border with Russia, Ukraine, and to Georgia. Georgia, not the state, Georgia, the country, on the eastern edge of the Black Sea. Look at a map, it ain't a North Atlantic country. But what it is a plan to surround Russia in the Black Sea. Because the idea was, and it was a very premeditated US idea, that with NATO enlargement, NATO would be in Ukraine, Romania, Bulgaria, Turkey, and Georgia, completely surrounding Russia in the Black Sea. And notably, Russia's naval base in Sevastopol. And that was the idea. That, by the way, was the same idea of Lord Palmerston in 1853. So it's not a very original idea. It was the whole basis of the first Crimean War. And so these neocons wanted to fight the second Crimean War. And of course, you could hear the cheers of Britain, which is imperialist nostalgia to the essence in its political class. Yes, yes, yes. We can surround Russia in the Black Sea, just like Lord Palmerston wanted to do a century and a half earlier. Well, Putin says, do not do this. This could be incredibly destabilizing. But by the way, it wasn't just Putin who sent a secret memo back from Moscow to Washington to Condoleezza Rice. Well, of course, none other than Bill Burns. Bill Burns was then the US ambassador to Russia. But you may recall the name. He's currently our CIA director. And he sent a secret memo, because everything in the US government is secret, by the way. He sent a secret memo entitled Niet means Niet. And he explained something so basic, so obvious, that for Russia, this is a absolute hardcore bright red line. Do not go to Ukraine. And that it's not just Putin, it's the entire Russian society. They don't want the US military bases. They don't want Aegis missiles. They do not want to be crowded on their border by the US military. And it makes perfect sense, because we wouldn't like it either. But, you know, American security state leaders who don't ask us Americans, they're a little hard of hearing. So, did you say red line? We didn't hear that. So, of course, Bush pushes through the commitment by NATO to expand to Ukraine and to Georgia. I know European leaders told me in 2008, what is your president doing? But Europe, you know, they're, I don't get it exactly, but they will not oppose the US in public. So they complained to me, but then they, in the end, signed on to Bush's crazy idea of expanding NATO to Ukraine and to Georgia. Now, there was one last safety valve to understand in this, and that is the Ukrainians did not want this. Ukraine is a divided society, ethnically Ukrainian, ethnically Russian. They didn't want this crowding. They knew that this would destabilize the situation. So the elected president, Viktor Yanukovych, said, we will be neutral. We will not alarm Russia. Also, we'll extend a lease in Crimea for the Sevastopol naval fleet until 2042. We want quiet. The United States neocons don't like quiet. They want just to get their way. So in the end of 2013, they helped stoke first protests against Yanukovych, and then the violent overthrow of Yanukovych in February 2014. And we know that Victoria Nuland and Jake Sullivan and Joe Biden all played a role in the violent overthrow of the Ukrainian president. That's just a fact. Now, so much is hidden from view that we don't know exactly time and date, but the Russians intercepted one of Victoria Nuland's phone calls and posted it on YouTube so everybody can listen to it, as she and the US ambassador to Ukraine, Jeffrey Piot, plot the next post-Yanukovych government several weeks before a violent storming of the government buildings in Kiev. That's what happened. That's when the war started. We overthrew the government that wanted stability. And in came a series of governments that were Russophobic and pro-NATO and at the American service. And Obama and Trump and Biden pumped in arms. Now, just to finalize how we came to this current utter tragedy and disaster. When Biden came in, I had hopes, okay, maybe something rational. No way. Biden doubled down on Ukraine becoming a NATO member, doubled down repeatedly in 2021, said NATO will enlarge to Ukraine. And on December 17th, 2021, Putin, really at wit's end, because he could not get the US to engage in diplomacy, put on the table, and you can find it on the internet, a draft US-Russia security agreement to avert a war. And at the time, the security agreement said, don't expand NATO, don't put your missiles close to our borders, and implement the Minsk II agreement, which is a United Nations Security Council-backed agreement for autonomy of the Russian-speaking regions in the east of Ukraine, which the Ukrainian nationalists blew off, and the United States said, yeah, don't worry about it. You don't have to follow through on a UN Security Council agreement. And Putin said, honor that agreement. Well, the basic story is, of course, the US refused to negotiate on these points. And on February 21st, 2022, there was a Russian Security Council meeting. You can find the minutes online again in the Russian government in English transcription or translation. President Putin calls on the foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov. Minister Lavrov, give us a report on your diplomatic initiatives in regard to our security. And Lavrov says, the United States has formally notified us that the NATO enlargement issue is non-negotiable, that it's none of our business. That was the final step before the Russian invasion on February 24th. We rejected every single diplomatic chance to avoid a war. And we thought, okay, our wonderful weapons and our financial sanctions will do Russia in. And by the way, you know, I've been observing these kinds of things for 40 years. I wrote an article, it was, I think in June actually, so it was a couple months after this, saying that these neocon ploys are doomed to fail. The sanctions aren't going to kill the Russian economy. The wonder weapons are not going to defeat Russia and so forth. So obvious if you've seen this particular show repeatedly, as we have, all the promises of our generals and the military industrial complex and all the rest, wrong again and again and again. But what we did do was trap Ukraine in a devastating war between the US and Russia. So we provide the weapons, we provide, and I'll put it in quotation marks, the intelligence, because it's not very intelligent intelligence. And we tell them, run to the front lines. And tens of thousands of Ukrainians have died just in recent weeks because of this. An absolutely predictable bloodbath. And when the Ukrainians tried to negotiate with the Russians in March 2022, just after the start of the invasion, the US stopped the negotiations. And when the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Milley, said last fall, you know, maybe this is the time to negotiate, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who steps up? Secretary Nuland, the endless neocon. Doesn't matter whether she's working for Cheney, whether she's working for Hillary, whether she's working for Biden, she's the perpetual neocon. She says, no, the time's not right for negotiations. What is the subtext of that? Well, a lot more Ukrainians have to die. And that's where we are right now. And this administration doesn't know what to do because all its great plans backfired, but Biden doesn't want to look weak. He's, you know, facing an election next year. So as usual, they just tell the Ukrainians, just keep running into the Russian lines. Just keep dying. It is the cliche, fight to the last Ukrainian. And we even have senators like Romney say, you know, this is great. What's the problem? No Americans are dying. I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically what Romney says and what a lot of American leaders are saying. Yeah, we could put in $100 billion. What is that among friends in the military industrial complex? Of course, it means a lot to Americans who might care about their sustenance. But what they really think is, yeah, if the Ukrainians are ready to die for this, you know, it weakens Russia and so forth. And that's where we are till now. So my conclusion, we could have avoided this war entirely. We could have avoided loss of territory. We could have avoided everything because there was no demand for any of this until the US pushed and pushed and pushed and is tone deaf, can't hear anyone else, doesn't believe anyone has red lines except the United States, and is on the path to do the same thing with Taiwan right now. And that's the war talk. So we're not out of this by any means. We're still in the midst of this neocon-dominated American foreign policy. It's what Kissinger famously said, to be a foe of the United States is dangerous, but to be a friend is fatal. So we embrace our friends like Ukraine to the point of their destruction, And now we're angling or threatening or escalating in our tensions with China for a war over Taiwan. Unbelievable. I was just in Taiwan a couple of weeks ago. What a wonderful and beautiful place, and very successful. And we are stoking a crisis by feeding it with armaments. So sorry to have talked so long, but thank you for being the voices for peace and sanity and rationality in this country. Biden's asked for another 20 plus billion. This is our moment to say, stop it already. Your reelection actually, Mr. Biden, doesn't count compared to the lives you are wasting, the tens of thousands who will die because you don't want an embarrassment on your watch. It's not going to help your campaign to be in a war next year. Nobody wants this in the United States. We don't like this. This is dangerous. This is unnecessary. We don't support you, Mr. President, in this. So stop now. It'll be a lot worse in your campaign. The whole concept that you have to look tough and strong for your 2024 reelection is a nonsense, and it's profoundly immoral. So we need to raise our voice now. I think more and more congressmen and senators are getting the idea that while they don't ask us our opinions in the United States about these issues, because it's not really about what Americans think, it's about what the military-industrial complex demands. We don't like it one bit.
All right, comrade, thanks for you us to be on here. That is today's message. So AU Equa, bravo to you to serve your slave master. But just know, as you are serving your slave master, you are not serving the African people. Because you already have seen your slave master, what they want to be done to African people. And you are on their side to fight Africans, to kill Africans, to destroy Africa, to destroy African leaders who stand up against to your master, to destroy African leaders who want to liberate their people, to destroy African leaders who have, says that, you know what, we are tired of seeing our people suffer. You want to destroy African leaders who says, you know what, it is not necessary for our people to leave, to go to Europe, to America, to find better life as they die on the sea. You go against African leaders who says, you know what, it's better we stay in Africa and build Africa and let our people live in Africa and enjoy Africa than to go to Europe and America to look for greener pasture and be humiliated. You hate those African leaders and you want to assassinate them. You want to strangle them. You want to kill them for Europe and America. You want to be the assassin. You want to be the overtaker for Europe and America. You hate the idea that some African leaders are saying, you know what, if Europe and America can get electricity coming from Africa, coming from Niger, and Africa does not have electricity, Niger does not have electricity, but the product of electricity is coming from Africa, then our people don't have it. You go against African like that. You go against African who want to question the status quo. You want to go against those African youth and kill them and assassinate them. Tinubu, Nana Akufo-Addo. Nana Akufo-Addo, I thought you were a good leader. Nana Akufo-Addo, I thought you were a good leader when you stood up with Macron, you challenged Macron. I thought you were a good leader. Certain time came when you stood up to US, when you spoke. Also, those words were just spoken words. Those were just spoken words to lie to fool Africans. Those were just spoken words to lie to Africans to say Nana Akufo-Addo is a good leader. He's a Pan-Africanist. But here you today, you are supporting the colonizer against the same people. You are quoting, you are giving them spoken words. Now knowing you are acting like a slave. Now knowing you are obedient to your master. Now knowing you are saying yes to your master. Now knowing you support the oppression of African people. Now knowing you support the African people that be called poverty. Now you support for any Ghana to be called a terror country. You support it. But you spoke words to us and we thought you were a good leader. But now knowing you are not a good leader for the people, you are for the colonizer. Tinubu, as old as you are, I thought in Africa, when our elderly people have gray hair, they got wisdom. But you are proving to us that our elderly people in Africa these days with gray hair, they got no wisdom. The younger one without gray hair are the one got wisdom. The older one are stupid. Tinubu, you are proving to us that because I believe you are the oldest African president. I don't want to say you are the oldest because they have the Cameroonian president, Pombia. So I don't know if you older than Pombia or you are Pombia is older than you, but I would say you are one of the oldest. You are one of the elderliest. When you're talking about our African president, you are one of the elderliest. That's supposed to be giving advice. That's supposed to be leading the younger African leader that are standing out, being a revolutionary. You are the one supposed to be leading in with your gray hair and directing them positively toward the path of freedom for African people. But you have gray hair for nothing with no wisdom. You have poo-poo, you have mud in your brain, Tinubu. You just have for nothing gray hair. Our forefather, gray hair means wisdom. Gray hair means knowledge. Gray hair means direction. Gray hair means to lead positively. But these days, our leaders, our folks with great hair, it means they are stupid. It means they got no sense. It means they got no direction. It means they can be controlled. Not even by Africans. At least if it can be controlled by Africans. But you are being controlled by the same people that enslave you, by the same people that colonize you, by the same people that carry a revolutionary leader, by the same people that make sure you become a poverty-stricken continent, by the same people that make sure you be called a terror nation, a terror continent, by the same people. By the same people that said they will make sure Africa and her generation will never rise. By the same people. You are proving to us that African people who are great hair these days, they are stupid. And Tinubu, you are proving that you are one of them. You got no sense. To support the idea of putting sanction on African nation for Africans to suffer and die, when over and over you see Africans complaining, Africans telling you, Tinubu, the matter how equal possession on us. We will die. We prefer to die than the white man to come and loot our resources. And you sit down there, you agree for your people to die, for the white man to come and loot their resources. The people said we prefer our resources to be here. Even if we will not, how they call it, manufacture, or even if we will not get it from under the soil, but I will live here, then us being exploited and demonized and call our names. And you put sanction, when the people say no matter how you put sanction, we will die fighting. And you say yes, sanction should go on those nations. Tinubu, what is wrong with your gray hair? Nana Akufo-Addo, what is wrong with your gray hair? I thought you were a good leader, Nana Akufo-Addo. I thought you were a good leader. Where have you gone? What did they do to you? Did they give you medication to change your brain? All those spoken word that we thought you were a good leader, that we talk about it, that we say, yes, Africa is rational. We have Nana Akufo-Addo as a Pan-Africanist. So you lie to us. So you people got these great hair and old for nothing. Where is the respect to come from us? What do you want to see the African youth? To continue to suffer and die? To continue to die on the seas? To come to Europe and America for better life? To leave the African continent? All because you are afraid of competition. That's why you don't want to empower the youth. But they say your colonial master will always talk about competition is good. We always talk about invest in the future. Your colonial master are investing in the future of their children to continue to explore the African continent. So you love that. So you love it. Folks, I won't be here this coming Sunday. I'll be in New Jersey on the 23rd for a reunion. But I'll be back. We will be back the following Sunday. So that means even Saturday, I won't be here. But I don't know if Brother Kima will be here and he and Natasha. But if not, this Saturday and Sunday, you won't be seeing us, but you will see yes. By the grace of our ancestor, you will see the following how they call it months. So maybe that will be next month or so. We'll be here and to continue on the message as we continue to preach to our people, to electing our people. So thank you for being on. Share the live, subscribe, hit the like button, hit the love button so that it can reach to many as it can. We've been here for so long, since 1 o'clock, and now it's 4:43. Thank you for sticking. That proved that we are here for a mission, and that proved that we are here to win. Thank you.